Good evening. Welcome to the April 10th work session of East Point City Council. Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Robinson.
Present.
Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Gordon. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's go through the agenda, determine which items can go on consent. I'll skip the presentations. Previous agenda items, Mr. King, do we have chief or police representative for 6?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We do have someone representing the police department. Chief Buchanan was going to be here. I don't see him.
Okay, no problem. They're probably on the way. Home alcohol delivery. Thank you, city attorney. I see the draft ordinance. We'll have a brief discussion on that. Number 8, Councilwoman Shropshire. Okay, number 9, Councilwoman Robertson.
I think
see
they're here.
I see a VITA representative.
If they're here, I'd like
Yeah.
to stay on the agenda.
Okay.
If they're here.
Number 10, economic development processes and procedures, Councilwoman Shropshire. You want to move it to a future work session, or you'll decide later? Okay. We can remove item number 10, Deputy City Clerk. Item number 11, we'll discuss. Item number 12. Anyone have any objection to this going to consent? 12 is consent. Item number 13. Any objection to consent? Wayfinding design. Number 14. City-wide landscape maintenance vendor. If it helps keep these right of ways clean, let's go for it. Clean city. Number 15. Any objections to consent? 16. Any objection to consent? 17. Any objection to consent? Councilmember Cook said no. Item number 18. Any objection to consent? These transformers for electric department. We know the supply chain is really backed up, so anything we can do to expedite that. Number 19. No objection to consent. Number 20. Emergency procurement for fire station number 3. Any objection to consent? Or you want a discussion?
Yeah, that is kind of.
Yeah, $67,030.94. They're doing emergency procurement.
Yeah, consent.
We'll discuss it. Mr. King, do we have any body from fire or insurance to give an update?
Yes, we have Chief Thornton. Chief Thornton is here. He could give you.
I said fire. I was looking at
Yes.
the chief. Hi, chief. Sorry.
Yeah.
I meant the insurance company. Councilmember Shropshire mentioned. But can chief give an update?
Yes, he can give you
Okay.
overview about it. Yes.
All right, number 20. Huh?
Like the replacement, the temporary trailer on the site. We had asked for them to be there. And you can tell us about the insurance, like the investigation, how's it going? Okay, yeah, that'd be good. Just have them-
All right, 21. Emergency slope repair, $456,000 Metal Lark. In consent or objection?
Consent.
All right. Number 22. Any objection to consent? 23. Any objection to consent? 24. Any objection to consent? 25. Any objection to consent? 26. Any objection? This is, an alcohol license request. Is anyone from Sour Grapes LLC here? Sour Grapes LLC? No? Okay. It's a public hearing required, so this will go into the agenda. It's in the agenda item. It's on the application. In it.
It's on the-
Police officer in the back is, I'm sure, the one who's talking about the public hearings on the alcohol. I've seen her before. So we could have her come up for the 26 and 27, just give us a brief overview. Okay. Item number 28, any objection to consent?
No.
29 is a public hearing required for text amendment. We need a presentation on that. 30 is a rezoning on Cleveland. We have the applicant here as well. Number 31, we'll discuss 29 to 30. 31, Downtown East Point Commons redevelopment project report, we'll have that. Councilmember Cook has discussion on council salary, and 33 is adoption of streets. And so what I have so far, Madam Deputy City Clerk, is item number 10 is removed. Items number 12 through 19 are consent. Items 21 through 25 are consent. And item 28 is consent. And the others we'll discuss. Yeah, we were gonna put those on the agenda, but we said we'd discuss them. All right.
The 25 is consent.
Yes, 25 is consent. 25 and 28. 25 and 28.
Everything else is consent.
All right. We will we'll start out on the presentations. If they seem to be taking a while, we may go to some of the items to get the persons that are here. So we have Vida. We have people here on the 11th. Where's the Chick-fil-A one? Vida is number 9. And there's a rezoning, that's 30. Okay. Staff, Mr. King, are there any other items that have external people, parties? Yes. Ms. King, Smith, are you referring to 11? Yeah, I said number 30. Yep. Any other ones? I think everyone else is staff. All right. First presentation, East Point Home Ownership, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a slideshow presentation. And good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending. So I know we talk a lot about, I know Councilmember Shropshire, she talks a lot about, we've all discussed, just affordable homes, just affordable home ownership, just being able, because now you have so many corporations that are coming in and they're buying up entire neighborhoods. So the question that we've all been perplexed with is, that's it, okay, thank you, is what can we do to sustain our communities? What can we do, for home ownership? Because we have so many corporations that are coming in and they're buying up streets, blocks at a, in huge numbers. So what we're trying to do is to figure out what it's doing is it's squeezing out, regular workers, our city employees, police officers, firefighters, because now you're looking at them coming in and they're buying up these neighborhoods and they're charging $2,500 anywhere to $3,000 a month for rent. So the thing is, what we want to do is we talk about affordable living. Well, the thing is, what's affordable to me may not be affordable to you. But the goal that we have is we want to sustain our community. We don't want East Point to be a city where the numbers go up 60, 70, 80%, where they're renters. So what we're trying to do is we want to sustain our community. And the thing that we have to do, in order to sustain your community, you have to look at home ownership. So we kind of I put a little twist on it as opposed to affordable homes. Well, now we're looking at just home ownership. That's what we want to do. That's the end goal, to have regular families, regular working class people to come in and purchase these homes. So the presentation is the City of East Point Home Ownership Program, making the American dream a reality. Because for so many people now, it seems to be so far reached that just with houses coming, because you look at the average home now, $350,000, $400,000 for just your typical 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, just your actual starter home. And when we have a lot of our employees, you know, the average income in the City of East Point is about $43,000. So $43,000 does not equate to obtaining a mortgage for $400,000 which is what the typical house is today. So I did some research and we looked at just homes in the city of Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Roswell, Georgia HUD Metro former area. As of 2023, you look at what the average rent is today. For a studio efficiency apartment, you're looking at $1,300. A 1-bedroom, $1,375, 5-bedroom, $1,553, up to a 4-bedroom, which is $2,308. And that's just what the typical rent is just in any of these areas now. And then we look at apartment. You're looking at, like, again, $1,800, and year after year that change in that rate is going up to 5.2%. So every year you're looking at an increase in what the rent is. So the average single family home, you look at someone renting a house today, you're looking at $3,341. Are we able to pull this up here? Are you able to click on this? So this data was obtained from the Census Bureau, and it talks about the zip codes in the state of Georgia. We have about, when you look, there are about 405 cities and townships that are in the state of Georgia. Let's see, we're able. And what the Census Bureau did was they gave statistics on the top 50 from of the 405 zip codes, the top 50 and the lower and the bottom, 1 through 50 from the top and 405 up, that 50 from the bottom up to 50. And East Point ranked number 33 from the bottom of home ownership. You aren't able to pull it up? Okay. But basically what it is it gives the statistics. So you look at the top 50 and from the bottom 50 up, East Point ranks number 33 from the bottom up on the list out of 405 zip codes that are in the state of Georgia. So that puts us at about, I think the statistic, the numbers on there, the percentage was 42% were home ownership and 58% was rentals. So of the people that own homes, you only have 42% of the residents that live in the zip code 30344 that actually own homes. The other 58% is going to be rental property. So I also, this data came from the Rent Cafe, and basically just a little bit more information just to let you know, renter-occupied households in the city of East Point are 58%, and your owner-occupied are going to be at 42%. So what we have to do is we need to figure out how can we make home ownership in East Point a reality. So we have a program, our 50 Worst program that we have in the city of East Point, where basically you'll have properties that have been that have not been cared for, have been unattended, and the city goes in and they actually, some of those homes are actually gifted over to the city. So what we're looking at doing is if we could possibly transfer that property, it could be transferred over from the city of East Point to our urban redevelopment agency, and we can partner with other local builders and also partner with Habitat for Humanity. We solicit sponsorships from different corporations. For example, you can do Microsoft, Coke, Delta, Home Depot, or etc. So the city of Marietta, what they did was, these are some, oh, and I'm sorry, let me kind of go through this slide here. So this is the inventory that we currently have, and there may have been some more homes that have been added to this list. But these are the addresses that we have on Pine Avenue. There's a property on Lyle Avenue, Jefferson Terrace, Glendale Drive, West Taylor Avenue, and a 6-acre tract of land that's on West Woodbury Avenue. So the city of Marietta, they pretty much have a blueprint that's set, and it seems to have worked. But what they actually did was they received money, ARPA funds, $500,000 in ARPA funds. And from there, the city of Marietta, they also donated land to the Habitat for Humanity. And what they were actually able to do was to partner with the city of Marietta and Habitat for Humanity. And they were able to build homes for their school teachers, So this is an example of what they're currently doing. This property here, it's in Browns Mill Village. It's in the city of Atlanta. It's Browns Mill Village, and there are 125 properties that are here. 75 are from Habitat for Humanity. The remainder they're from a private builder. So they're going to have, you have a lot of, you'll have homes that'll be at market rate, and there'll also be homes that'll be given at the current AMI that the builder is doing. But the other 75 homes are going to be for, they're for Habitat for Humanity home recipients. So the way that this program works, the city of East Point would donate the land or the house to humanity. We could then also, for an example, donate money from ARPA funds to assist with the construction or the rehabilitation of homes for our city employees. For an example, you could take 5 homes at $100,000 each or 10 homes at $50,000 each. Habitat for Humanity will then secure donors to cover the remaining costs of the homes, providing the homeowner with a 0% mortgage rate for 30 years. So you're looking anywhere from a consistent mortgage for 30 years, anywhere from $650 to $850. When you look at what the current rate is today for rentals or even for mortgages, $650 to $850 for 30 years, that's going to be your mortgage payment. And it gets you to the point that you actually own your home. You can't beat that. And what they're asking is that the homeowner contribute about 250 sweat equity hours, $800 cash deposit, and complete a home ownership and financial literacy training program. And there's some other programs out there as well. But the thing is, what we want to do is we want to try and figure out what we can do to sustain our community. Once again, like I said, so the thing to do that is, because if I have a home, my home now, and let's just say I do have, I would love to sell my home to a homeowner, to a family for $250,000, but it's hard to ask me to walk away when I have an investor or someone that wants to come in, or just anyone to offer me more for that. I mean, in just any house today, if it's a house that's popular that someone wants, it starts a bidding war. So where I may have started my price point at 250, it could very well go up to $500,000. And it's a hard ask to ask me or anyone to walk away from $250,000 to just leave on the table. So with the program that they have with the Habitat for Humanity, I think it's a great program. I think it's something that we should at least consider with the city of East Point, because we do have we do have the land. And like I said, if we have the land and we're able to, if we can give the land just to give them the jump start, that we can go in to make this affordable, make home ownership a reality for a lot of people, our city workers in particular. I think it's a good thing. There are, like I said, some other affordable housing programs that are out there. The Georgia Dream Loans program is a really good program as well. And they do have different types of down payment options. And it's available to first-time home buyers who've not owned a home in the past 3 years, or those who purchase homes in certain areas. You can also, there are some other things they have, a household income up to the maximum amount. You have liquid access of no more than $20,000 or 20% of the sales price, or you meet mortgage loan credit requirements. But from what I've looked at so far, and like I said, there are a lot of other programs that are out there, but the Habitat for Humanity, I think it's a reputable name. I think it's something that we should at least consider, the city. So that's the ask today. And I do have Mr. Alan Ferguson from Habitat for Humanity. Here he is. If you could come, if there are any questions that anyone has, if you could please come up to the podium, please. So anything that I kind of missed or didn't hit on there, I'd be more than happy if you could explain that to my colleagues. Thank you.
Good evening, welcome. If you could just press that mic, yes.
Sorry. Hi, good evening, council members. Glad to be here. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings, for inviting me. Again, I'm Alan Ferguson. I'm President and CEO of Atlanta Habitat for Humanity. I think Councilmember did a fantastic job of giving, overview of our particular program. And if you have any additional questions, I'm more than happy to answer anything about our model, our intention in regards to activities in East Point and the rest of South Fulton, and the benefits of the program that we provide, especially to homeowners.
All right, well, thank you so much. Councilmember Cummings, it looks like you had something else to say.
So I know one of the things that, if you could just kind of expound on, just say that you do have someone that is a recipient of a home. What's to stop them from going in? Let's just say they're going to the house. They're going to go into the house with instant equity, anywhere from $100,000 and up with instant equity. So what is it that Habitat for Humanity does to ensure that that community is stabilized and they don't just go and just sell the house the following year once they're in the house?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So, our program is a very unique program. We offer deep affordability, and, very affordable, home ownership opportunities to our recipients. And the goal is, to make sure that they're in that position for the long term. That's why we offer a 0%, 30-year mortgage. But, they do get tempted by a variety of different offers, as you can imagine. And so what we do in all of our contracts, our mortgage contracts, we have shared equity provisions that last for at least 7 years. So within the first 7 years, if for any reason they decide to sell that property, we'll actually receive the bulk, if you will, of the equity. And so that's so that we can recapture some of that value, including getting the payoff for the mortgage, so that we can go back out to the market and build another home in that particular community. Beyond that, we also maintain a first right of refusal on all our properties. That lasts as long as the mortgage is in place, so for the full 30 years, so that at any point in time they decide to sell beyond that 7-year window, we have first right of refusal to purchase that home, again, to make sure that it maintains and has a strong opportunity for long-term affordability in our particular program. But we also do a very, great job, I think, a very intense job around educating our homeowners in regards to, the, financial obligations of owning a home. So by the time they enter the home, with a 0% mortgage, they completely understand the impact and the gravity that having 0% actually means. And so one of the first questions that we ask them when they contact us regarding any type of potential offer to sell their homes is, what's your plan afterwards for home ownership? Where are you going to go? And as Councilmember Cummings, explained in the data, there just aren't a lot of affordable homeownership options out there in the metropolitan area. And so usually that serves as much of a deterrent to our home buyers, because they understand that even if they were to receive $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 in equity, they can't go out and buy a home and then get a mortgage that's at current rates around 7% today and still maintain some type of affordability. So they have that financial literacy training, and they understand the trade-off from exiting our homes.
Councilmember Renee? Yeah, you were in first, and then we have others that are in line. So hold on a minute before you release your mic. Councilmember Bailey, Butler, Renee. Go ahead, Councilmember Renee. I need somebody to release the mic so Councilmember Renee
Okay,
can talk.
I'm in. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Cummings, for this great presentation and offer to put in front of the, we've been working with Habitat for Humanities for years, especially in East Point, and we appreciate it. We've been working with Stephanie, with our seniors.
Yes.
With Stephanie, with our seniors, who have been helping with home repairs, and they have been doing a phenomenal job with our seniors, and we want to continue the partnership. That's why I think this is absolutely great. This is another tier to what we've been doing over the years, and we have been one of y'all primary cities, especially with seniors. My question is this. I get a lot of calls, and I've been helping a lot of seniors, unfortunately, move out of East Point because there are no housing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've been renting for years. In fact, I had a lady last week, been in the city over 32 years. The landlord has raised her rent up to $1,000. She can't afford that. However, the amount of money that she could afford would have been easy for her to like own her own home at a really discounted rate or whatever, and then you guys help her with the repairs, right? She could have afforded a house, because the mortgage that I pay is something that she could have afforded on her Social Security.
Yeah.
Our goal is to keep East Point residents, and as you know, if seniors start moving out to different locations and different unwatered territories on their own, what happens is they soon die off because the environment they're not used to. They move
Yeah.
away from their friends, their ecosystems and stuff like that, and it's a major problem. Now, I say the seniors, but we do have younger people who have own their families, have had families, senior mothers who've been here for a long time, making about $40,000 to $50,000, still cannot afford to live in East Point. So we're looking to help those families that will stay in East Point, and that will be able to continue their living arrangements at a decent and, with quality of living here. The family, and I think about a week or two ago, I had a family, she had a disabled child, had been here for a while. Same scenario, the landlord raised the rent, and she couldn't afford to live in the city, in East Point. She had to move to Columbus, Georgia. That was the closest place that she could find decent and have a good quality of living and affordable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've had people who've had to move to Henry County. And so the scenarios are very real for people. And our thing is, and the quality of life for people to have to drive all the way from Henry County, McDonough, and all that back into Atlanta is really hurting their quality of life, having to travel that far back and forth. So we would want East Point residents to have the first bite at the apple. You understand that? Because they have been here with us, they've been our ride or die kind of residents. And we want to make sure that we look after the people that have looked after us, who've stayed here with us through the thick and thin. When we didn't have nothing, they stayed with us. And now that we're growing and we're developing more, we want to have the opportunity to look after them. Does that make sense? And so when you think about your criteria, especially here in the East Point area, we want East Point residents who've been here, have lived here for a long period of time, and you can put the number on, but I'm not talking about no 6 months or 1 year. I'm talking about who've been here and who can no longer afford to rent. We need to really consider those people. And I really love this program, and thank you, Councilwoman Cummings, for coming. And I'm hoping that's something that we could do. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Commons, for bringing this forth to council for discussion. My question is, you mentioned about provisions to prevent from reselling, teaching
Yes.
the financial literacy, and just also the first right of refusal. What provisions do you have to prevent the homeowner from renting, long-term and short-term renting their property?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for asking that question. So, our intent is to provide the homes for home ownership. There are scenarios where we would allow our home buyers, to rent their properties out, and that's typically tied to some type of civil or military service. Like if someone, is on active duty, or they get deployed or something of that nature, or someone works for FEMA, for example, and they're sent, to a disaster area and they have to be there for an extended period of time. But the limitation on that is typically 3 years. And then after that, the homeowner either has to return to the home, or we trigger the buyback clause and we trigger, the repurchase of the home by us. It's not, intended. You can imagine in this particular market, some people, may get a little savvy, if you will, and try to trade on the margins. But it's not something that we allow in our particular program. Like I said, but for specific circumstances like military service or civil service, we do allow limited time for rental.
Thank you for your response. And just a couple other questions is similar to what Councilmember Renee was mentioning, just deciding who would have and I don't think this is a question necessarily for you, but for council, if we decided to pursue this program or something similar, deciding who would have the opportunity to reside in the homes. And then secondly, the funds for mayor of the city were from the ARPA funds.
Yes.
And ours are already accounted for, so we've had to consider what funds we utilize for this program. And that's just something for council, not necessarily for Habitat for Humanities, I don't believe. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I could offer, and I definitely hear the feedback around trying to target, East Point residents. I would say to the extent that the council is considering, providing and donating that public land, we can have discussions around how you want to prescribe the use of that land so that we can include, definitely some preferences, if you will, for trying to accommodate, East Point residents. And so I think, there's an opportunity for some dialogue and some exchange around how to really craft a program that targets and benefits East Point residents.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm aware that Habitat owns property here in East Point currently.
Mhm.
How do we jumpstart the construction and the home ownership of that area based upon what the councilwoman has brought to the table?
So for properties that we own, that are existing, they're just currently active in our particular program. So how we work, and we offer a very what I describe as a curated experience for our home buyers. They, enter our process, they apply, we determine if they're eligible. Once we determine their eligibility, then they go through the education process to become homeowners, which means all the, home buyer education, all the financial literacy education. We provide classes on home care, teaching our homeowners how to take care and maintain their homes after the purchase, and fulfilling their sweat equity requirements and things of that nature. And so with that having been said, what we do on an annual basis is to proactively go out and identify certain lots that we want to proactively get permitted so that we can offer up to our prospective home buyers as potential home sites. So that's one of the things that makes us unique, and that we give our home buyers a choice of where they want to see their home built. But if there was, a sincere effort and we entered into, some type of partnership with East Point, we can definitely make sure that we earmark lots that we have in East Point to go ahead and proactively get permitted so that they can be on our roster of potential bills that we can take on probably beginning in 2024.
How long does it take for a resident to go through the process?
It typically takes about 12 months. So if that's something that, the council is interested in pursuing or having us pursue, we probably need to start that process sometime this summer to make sure that we have, permits in place and that our applicants that are currently going through the process, if we can identify any, East Point residents that are currently going through the process, we can kind of earmark them to introduce them to those lots and those properties earlier on.
So the way the councilwoman has presented this, the homes would be for East Point employees. So and I think maybe what we should discuss is if that is the case, should this body decide that we want to make that investment, can we start some of those employees going through the process now in terms of the education? And so then 12 months from now, then they may be property, because the way it was presented is that we have East Point property, and we would like to provide East Point employees the opportunity to have affordable home ownership. I must concur with Councilwoman Renee. It is heartbreaking. I've had that story too, where you've had a resident that's a senior citizen who has rented for 30 years. Mm-hmm. In my case, the landlord died, and then the family sold the home, and now she can't afford to pay rent. Yeah. And so I don't know how we include that into the process, if we can, but paid on time for 30 years. They could have bought the house by now. Yeah. And so maybe that's something we can look into. But my guess for this body, maybe we can consider starting putting people in the pipeline for the education while we look and identify the lots that we want to do, because we would like to keep this strictly for East Point employees and or maybe senior citizens.
Yeah, it's, what I would say is that, definitely as soon as we're able to kind of come to an agreement and craft some type of, partnership or program, we can start that outreach immediately. It first starts, with an information session, making sure that people are aware, giving them an overview of the program. And then we'll set up, their cohorts, if you will, for the education piece. And then after that, just to be quite frank with you, it's really at the pace of the prospective homeowner. So we've had some that are able to get through the program and complete in 6 and 8 months. One of, I think we've become volunteer buddies over the last several months. She's actually, started the application process, and she completed her 250 sweat equity hours in about 7 weeks. That's how determined and energized she was about completing the program. But we've also been patient in working with homeowners that, quite frankly, have taken years to complete the education piece. So it's really, that, eligible homeowner and the determination, the grit that they want to get through the program at their pace. But we can start those information sessions, as soon as we enter into agreement, honestly.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and I feel like we're getting ready to have this conversation twice because it's already on the agenda under number 8. But moving forward, so you basically take the vacant lots that you have and you build homes on those lots, correct? And I think our problem here is the bank are buying up homes, making them not affordable for people to stay in them. And when you talk about the homes that are currently on 50 Worst, those, that's not a vacant lot. That's a home that's owned, and I don't think that the Habitat can fix up a vacant home. It has to be a lot. Do y'all do that? You fix up the homes as well?
We have a program where we actually do, rehab of homes,
The
and we
homes
bring them.
and bring people back into those homes?
Yeah, yes, we can actually execute on just a full, gut rehab if need
Okay.
be. We first go in though, and we, inspect the structure, inspect the bones to make sure that there's something there that we can work with.
Okay.
And then from that point, we really make a determination whether it's something that needs to be demolished or whether it's a home that can be rehabbed and offered up through our program.
And I think that probably needs to be the focus because we do have a lot of homes on 50 Works property, but I'm not so set on just doing it with Habitat. There are other things out there such as Fulton County Land Bank, who we can do as well. So we need to expand it to everyone. And we have a lot of residents, and I've talked about this before. This is not the first time that it's been brought. We've talked about it when we were over at the Annex building about bringing our polices and our fire into the homes, as well as teachers, school, first responders, as well as residents. But our focus has been on first responders as well as teachers. We've had this conversation numerous of times. So it's nothing new that we haven't had a conversation on. We've had it, and it's currently on the agenda under bank-owned property. So it's nothing new, and I thank you for coming, bringing the information. Matter of fact, Habitat owns the property right on Delowe, right at Hetland and Delowe. They own that property. But before you build anything, or if this is the direction the city wants to go in with whoever they choose, you need to have a conversation with the communities to decide what the houses are gonna look like or what you're gonna build on that property. So it's already in tune with what's already there. And it looks the same, and nothing that will stand out or be out of place with that community. That's what I was saying. We also need to look at other options, other people, other entities that's out there that could do the same thing. So it just won't be one entity. And we also need to make sure we focus on the 50 Worst property, the houses that are already on that list and how we can fix those houses up and put people in those houses before you start building new houses. Look at that first and then move forward with whatever plan. And for as transferring property over to the urban redevelopment, I'm not so sold on that either, because that a city will have a lot of property. We already currently have West Woodbury, and I can't think of the other ones that we have. So I'm not sold on transferring all of that property to the city. If you get the people in here, you can work out an agreement where they will own the property, they will fix it up, do what has to be done, and move forward with it. But I still say you need to bring the community in and have the conversation with the communities before you start building anything on the properties. Thank you.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's always a good, healthy conversation to talk about affordable housing. It's a good conversation to have, and it's a good conversation to have Habitat at the table for that, and others, I believe. I am a big proponent of Habitat. I've worked with you guys, with your predecessor, Mr. Gordon, and Mr. Reckford as well on the other end. We put about 3,000 hours of volunteering and built about 4 homes with the Novellus, with the Blank Foundation. So you have great programs. You meet people actually where they need to be met, and you work with them. We do need to continue these conversations. It's very important. In reference to the Development Authority, we've had one meeting. We need to get that back on the table and have another meeting and find out as a body what we want to do as that's concerned. So that's something that I just want to put out there so we can move forward and have these conversations in the right platform so we can really stay focused on the greater good. When we were in Washington, we had opportunity, the Secretary of HUD, Marcy Fudge, she addressed the 1 million unhoused documented that are out there right now, and how a large percentage of that are senior citizens that get caught up in the stories that we hear. We have to keep these conversations going so we can figure out how to fix this broken system. The system is broken.
Yeah.
And we have to have real conversations that people that care. I don't care if it's Habitat, I don't care who it is, but if somebody's at the table to make it work, which I know Habitat is here to do, I'm ready to do some work with you and others. So let's have some real conversation at the right platform so we can move forward. Thank you for bringing this up, and I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cook, and then I'll make a couple comments before I go to our city manager.
Sir, the first thing I want you to do is not feel like you're on the fence. I have a lot of respect for Habitat. My son just left Habitat International as one of your directors just a few months ago, so I have quite a bit of insight there. But the point I want to make here is it's almost like a kid in a candy store right now trying to figure out what candy do we want to try first.
Mm-hmm.
A better example is we're trying to put out a forest fire with a water pistol. Well, I didn't really mean that as a joke, just a fire person here. But I'm beginning to really digest the fact that the problem is really so big, we're going to have to cut this thing up in small pieces before we choke ourselves on it. And like, where do we really start? You know, we got people who are trying to stay in a dwelling. We got people who are trying to buy a dwelling. We got dwellings that don't exist. We got dwellings that could exist if we repair them. Pretty soon, we're going to acknowledge the fact that we have a lot of property out there right now somebody could move into once we take the property from the current owner who's not paying the property taxes. So we have all of that feeding the inventory. Meanwhile, we still got someone out there who's looking for somewhere to stay that they can afford. So how do we get to them immediately and get through all of the trash? I honestly don't know how we're really going to do this other than just trying to be wise and not understand what it is we have to chew and not try to take on more than what we can chew at one time. I don't really know what's going to be the best way. I do know Habitat has a role in this. Okay, let's say we get past the whole problem of where's the property, who can we put in the property. We can put them in there. Then we still got forces attacking that homeowner that the city can't control. What am I talking about? Increases in property appraisals. And the backlash of, do I raise your property taxes because you're in a Habitat home or some other home that we have designed? I don't know what the answer to that is, but I just can see that down the road is something else we're going to have to deal with. And my point, the point I'm trying to make here is that the problem is so large and has so many components. We just might have to cut this pie into a smaller piece and focus on that, whatever that is, before we cut off the next piece. It's nice to talk in generic terms, but it doesn't really move us forward until we kind of put a target on something and just jump right on that and see how well that goes. But I think we're all beginning to understand it's one thing to have a house and something else to put somebody in there. The third item is, how do we help you stay in that house with these other forces that are going to be putting pressure on you to leave it? I don't know the answer. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might have missed this information, but I just had a quick question about property taxes.
Yes.
I know that there's a process to kind of help acclimate residents to being homeowners. Does that entail some level of information or education about paying property taxes? I mean, typically, for most of us, I guess we get it escrowed into our mortgage, but just wanted to know if you could talk to us about that component.
Yes, absolutely. So as a part of our process, we educate all of our home buyers regarding, their property taxes, but even more importantly, especially in this market, their eligible tax exemptions. And we encourage them to, get connected with resources, to make sure that they're making those filings, to get all of their eligible exemptions, that they can and, that they're eligible for. But as far as what our process, goes, when you talk about a Habitat mortgage, it's really four pieces, contained in that mortgage. It's a payment on principal. There's a payment towards an emergency repair fund. There's payment of their homeowner's insurance, and it includes their property taxes as well. So all of that is included within their housing payment, and depending upon what they qualify for, between $650 upwards to $850 a month. So you can imagine, especially with this last cycle, a lot of people experience, increases, significant increases in their property taxes. And so what we've done as an organization is we've connected our home buyers to Atlanta Legal Aid so they can participate in those workshops to go through the process of filing appeals for their property taxes, because that's an important part of it as well. So throughout the time they are in a Habitat home and they have a mortgage with us, we're constantly monitoring those situations, and we're proactively reaching out to our home buyers to try to address and alleviate those property tax issues as they come up. Thanks.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you also speak to them about how, normally when you go to closing, you have to have so much money that's saved up for your taxes and your insurance and your escrow. So can you explain to them that first 7 months to a year when they make those first payments?
Yeah, absolutely. So how our program works is, they go through the program, we build the home, build in conjunction with the home buyer, and then they enter the home. But that first 12 months is essentially a grace period, if you will, to allow them to get acclimated, to being home ownership. You can imagine a lot of our homeowners are not only first-time homeowners, they are the first homeowners in their family for generations. So that experience of being in a home and being able to take care of it and maintain it, and then the emotional burden, quite honestly, that comes along with knowing that although your dream of home ownership is being fulfilled, it comes with a lot of responsibility. We are there through that first 12 months to help them navigate that process. So while they're making their payments, because they start making payments to us as soon as they enter the home, we're escrowing those payments so that they can build up a reserve to pay their property taxes, just as though, when anyone goes out and buys a home, if you get a bank loan, they, demand that you put up a certain amount of funds, a deposit to pay for escrow, property taxes, and homeowners insurance. We're no different, but we use that the first 12 months to allow them to build up those reserves over time, so that once they fulfill those obligations, it's a turnkey and they close on the home and they enter home ownership. Thanks.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One quick follow-up. My colleague Karen Renee brought up that Stephanie does a great job with our seniors, which she does, but she needs help as well. So if you can try to find out a way to support that, because there's a lot of seniors out here in the region, and I know Stephanie handles more than, say, East Point. And I have one senior in particular, she waited close to 3 years. She's getting her work started actually next month, but it was over 3 years. And so Stephanie does do a great job, but if there's any way you can provide some additional resources to help her out, because seniors, we're populating more in that age and that space.
Yes.
So I yield on that. She does do a great job, but throw a lifeline from time to time, please.
Yes,
Thank
no.
you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. And I'll definitely pass it on to Stephanie. And you're right. We actually see that as one of our areas of growth, increasing the capacity, for our repair service and our Repair with Kindness and our Brush with Kindness programs, because the need and the demand is so high, throughout the metro area.
So a couple of questions and statements before I turn over to our city manager. Thank you again for being here this evening. I think the good part about this discussion is that there is unanimous agreement that we need to work together to come up with strategies to ensure that there's affordable housing and a housing affordability within our city. I think that's great because it's going to take all us working together to try to figure that. And there's going to be a number of different strategies that will target different people within our community to ensure that that happens, to ensure that we have housing that everyone can afford regardless of income level. And Habitat for Humanity has been a partner with the city. Lisa Gordon, your former executive CEO, was our former city manager. And so there's been a definite connection with the city of East Point, and I believe some homes that are already in the city as well. And so my question is, what property does Habitat for Humanity already own within the city? I think when we start talking about property that the city owns, we have to remember that if we own property and we want to try to do something with it, we have contract and a procurement code that we have to abide by to ensure that things happen. Yeah. When others own property, it's a sweeter spot to come in and help partner and work together to do things. And so for the city attorney, I'll probably come to you after the city manager, but the gratuity clause within all of this, and how are we addressing that as a city? And I'm not suggesting that any of these strategies are not possible. I know that Councilmember Cummins mentioned, and I've looked up the city of Marietta, who has her program for public service employees. So it's not that it can't be done. We just need to make sure in East Point that whatever documentation that we're drafting and however we're moving in a way that does not run afoul of the gratuity clause. I'll be interested to see the application. I didn't see that online for the employees, and also how they're going to select which employees will be able to. In Marietta is 6 homes, right? So I think we need to look at all of this. And this is a process of gathering information and exploring options and trying to figure out what works. But I'd like to know what property you, Habitat for Humanity, owns in the city, and the number of Habitat for Humanity homes already in East Point.
Yeah. So I apologize. I don't have that information readily available. We have the information. Let me make that clear, but I don't have it for this particular presentation. But I would like the opportunity to provide that to you, maybe in a follow-up email to the council, exactly the list of properties that we own, as well as the properties that we built here in East Point, and we can provide that information without any issue.
Thank you so much. That would definitely be helpful. Mr. King, you had your light on earlier, and then I just asked the interim city attorney, have you had opportunity to look at the gratuity issue yet? Or as we explore this will be something that you'll look at?
I'm happy to take a deeper dive into it, but being very transparent, Madam Mayor, Habitat has not been a good partner in the past with the city with respect to the property that we partnered with them in Delowe. And with the 50 Works properties, right now we have the situation where we have all these expenses that the city has filed proper and appropriate liens on. Habitat goes and buys the properties and then tries to strong arm the city to forgive the money that is due. And that's just not been good partnership. So myself and Deputy City Manager Elias have had to deal with that on a number of different situations.
Well, thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. As we decide to further explore this partnership, I mean, those are definitely issues that will need to be globally addressed if we're going to move forward, because that does create challenges. Mr. King, you had your light on earlier.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have several items I wanted to comment on. It sounds great, the program that we're looking to talk about. We do have, as you recall, the office that we're creating that has a housing component to it. In that it has a housing affordability and inclusive housing component. So you're right, this is not a subject that we just brought up. So it is in our plan, our growth and strategic plan. But I want to also mention that, you know, I think it'd be great because partnerships are one thing we're looking at, listening to what the city attorney had to say. And that's one thing we're looking at. You know, Yolanda Johnson is making those partnerships every day, as you all know, to try to do that. And also with that, this is a part of that we can look at, because that office is, I'm adding on staff in the next weeks or so that'll be focusing just on housing. They'll be doing nothing but housing. And so it's great to hear that that's something that we can look at and definitely broach. As it relates to ARPA funding, you know, I can't say we have a pot.
Can you
that's
lean
there
over
yet.
a little bit more into the mic? And I'm sorry, what's your name again, sir?
Alan Ferguson.
Mr. Ferguson, if you could turn your mic off, I think it might help project everyone. I'm gonna turn mine off too. Help him project a little higher.
Yeah, I was saying that I can't say right now what that amount would be. We have some priorities that have already been in the pipeline. And so we just have to see what's there, you know, and not going into specifics of what those are. But inclusive was House Proud, which you did award for a certain amount that we're looking to have appropriated. But I would like to at least have a look at this and how it marries up with what we're looking to do with our current programming that we're looking to have go online as our office opens, because we do have staff dedicated to that, and partnerships are important. I definitely would want to get with the city attorney, knowing his concerns, and then with deputy city manager. So how about if we could what we could do is have us get offline and have that discussion to see where that is. I do have to get exact numbers. I like the idea they brought forward, but I just want to make sure we're not reinventing the wheel, given what we already have and what we're already putting on. And also that we're working in unison with the city attorney's concerns are, and deputy city manager. I'd like to at least get offline and we can have that discussion, and then maybe we could come back with you with an update on where we stand on all levels.
Councilmember Cummings, anything else?
I know that'll be all. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I would like to follow up with the solicitor's comments, and
You
that,
probably want to take those offline.
okay,
Based
I
upon what
certainly
he
will.
just said. I mean, unless you have something different, I think you probably want to take that offline.
Well, I just think that, when we're going out and we're trying to acquire property, even if it's, through tax liens, we're trying to drive down the cost of that property. Because when we drive down the cost of that property, that actually makes it even more affordable for us to deliver that home for the home buyer. So I apologize if our team in the past has been overly aggressive in engaging your office, but I can assure you, you can expect a level of professionalism and decorum with me now as the CEO of the organization. So thank you.
Awesome. Sounds like a great conversation for you all to have. When did you become leader? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Last July, so I'm 9 months
Okay.
old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much again for being here. And I'm sure that our interim city attorney will have those conversations with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings, for reminding me. Thank you.
Item number 2, Councilmember Cummings and Gordon, Healthy Homes, East Point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an initiative that we were made aware of just at our recent National League of Cities conference. We both sit on the Community and Economic Development Federal Advocacy Committee. And during that time, while we were there in DC, one of the presentations we were fortunate enough to be privy to was the fact that there is there's a program in Roanoke, Virginia called Healthy Homes Roanoke, which is a public-private program that assesses and or inspects and also remedies problems to make homes both healthier, safer, and also more comfortable. What struck, I know, me with this program was that they built partnerships with organizations locally to do just that, to accomplish that mission. But what I think we found most unique is that often what we do in our city, and it's a great effort, is that we definitely look out for our legacy residents, meaning our senior citizens. But this program stretches beyond that and also incorporates efforts to improve homes or remedy issues for families with children, veterans, as well as those who are disabled. So, of course, being very excited, mentioned it to our city manager in conversation, and I'll yield to him for further comments on what the East Point Roanoke program entails and how we might be able to replicate that program or some portion thereof. Thank you.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Councilman Gordon. Yeah, I've had my staff look into this, and they've gotten some good information on the program. City of Roanoke had an RFP they sent out and received bids on that. It was actually a grant program that they worked underneath, and they solicited some bids, and it was a Healthy Homes grant that they set up. They work with 3 vendors right now, from what we're seeing. And the particular homeowner would apply directly to those particular vendors, which is allocated to them through the grant program. There's certain guidelines they have to adhere to, things of that nature. And, in terms of meeting the requirements, the threshold for that program, there would be certain stipulations as it relates to what the vendors who are doing the work would have to adhere to as far as reporting, because of grant funds. And so we were just receiving the information. It's a pretty big document they've got, and so we're still vetting it, but it is something that it appears that they've been able to get jump started. I know the first award they had was from ARPA funds. I believe they had around $472,000. And so I've got staff looking into it right now to see exactly where they are in that process. But they have 3 vendors. You go on their website, you can apply directly to the program on their website. And then you could pretty much see if you fill those stipulations out. If you do, you get the vendor works with you through that program. They report. There's a program manager they assign to with the city of Roanoke, from my understanding, and that program manager pretty much oversees that. So, but we're getting more information. But that's pretty much what we have right now. I don't know exactly where they are in terms of how much they've spent so far, but it appears to be underway, and the city's using it right now.
So I don't see anyone else's light on. Again, I think this is another strategy or initiative that we consider as we move forward in coming up with a comprehensive housing strategy for the city. I do know from home repair perspective, we have House Proud that works with seniors, and Habitat for Humanity just mentioned that they do repairs as well. And I think we might need to look at leveraging what already exists, and if they have information around maybe the number of households within East Point that might need these services, to have a conversation around what that might look like as it relates to funding. I heard you say earlier, the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment has the housing component, and I think exploring different ideas and different strategies that other cities are using is definitely something that we should be considering. And I trust the city manager and the operations side to be able to look through that and bring those different recommendations to us. As a council, we're gonna have to make a decision as it relates to what we will do around actual housing. I mean, $1 million has been allocated to the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, and some of those funds absolutely are for housing. But what programs, what strategies, what things we will look at, I mean, that's something that the city manager will bring recommendations to us on, and we're gonna have to make the decision about what that comprehensive strategy looks like, and understanding that the ARPA funds aren't limitless. Our government funds, general fund is not limitless. And how do we partner with other organizations that may already have funding, either from receiving funding from Fulton County, ARPA funds, or the state, or a number of different entities that have received funding to assist with this? I think continuing to look at ways to partner will definitely be helpful, and identifying strategies like the Healthy Home in Roanoke, home ownership with Habitat, and other ideas would definitely be something that we should consider. And I don't know if at some point, generally our first council meeting of the month is a light agenda. If we want to make that a meeting, a time where when the city manager brings back some recommendations or provides information to us as to things that they've looked at holistically. He said they were looking at some other things. I know the previous city manager also had a vacant housing plan. I can't remember exactly what he called it, but it looked at a number of different strategies: land bank, Habitat for Humanity, a number of different ways to deal with our housing issue. What is really key, though, that the time is of the essence, and this is something that we need to continue to prioritize and actually get to solutions, or decide what we will be doing as a city. Inclusive housing ordinance, community benefits. I mean, there are a number of different recommendations and things that we need to consider as a council. So, Council Member Gordon, I still don't see anyone else in. Is there anything else you had on this item?
No, that's it. I think it's good that we'll just hear back from the city manager at another time. So we look forward to that information. May, oh, he said May. Okay, May work session or May meeting? Work session, okay.
So at the May work session, are we having a presentation about the work that the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment is doing as it relates to housing? I know you said you were prioritizing housing, Mr. King. And so, like, what will we be putting on the agenda? Is that going to be a presentation from you around the work that that office is doing and filtering through all of the different recommendations or strategies that you've considered?
Yeah, we'll give you an update, and we'll have more information on the programs too. So we're looking at anything that can help us. And if we're gonna have staff devoted to that, why not? I think it's worthwhile. So I think let's try May, if it's okay with you all. May 8th,
The first meeting or the work session?
Work session.
So that will be an update on the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment housing
Yeah,
work.
and I'll talk to all the parties, even the city attorney, on his issue with Habitat. So we can kind of get all that together.
All right, next up, Madam Deputy City Clerk, the May 8th work session presentation from the city manager. The next item is item number 3, and since that's dealing with fire, I'm also gonna combine item number 20, the emergency procurement for equipment for fire station number 3. Mr. King, I see our chief of fire chief coming forward.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to give you an update, 2 updates actually. The first update will be on the trailers for Fire Station 3. We're going to put a trailer out at Fire Station 5, which is on Washington Road. That's the one that the council is allowing us to remodel. We're going to put a trailer out there, and where we are right now with it, we've actually met with our water department, and we met with our electrical department to make sure that we could hook up to it. So we have the electrical connection that they're going to work on. We also have the water that we're going to bring in. They're going to dig it out, and we'll be able to hook to it. And we got a company that we're going to use. We're going to meet with the Contracts and Procurement Department tomorrow, get a PO for it, and we're looking at a delivery sometime next month for the trailer. And that trailer will house 3 personnel in that trailer, along with a fire truck that'll be out there. Once we're going to keep it out there for about 6 months. Once they actually remodel Fire Station 3, then we're going to send the trailer back and we'll be back in Station 3. Now, the good thing about that is Station 5, we're renovating that now. So we'll actually have 2 fire stations.
What's
in
the
that.
location of Station 5, Chief?
Oh,
Just so-
Station 5 is Washington Road. I apologize. Station 5 is Washington Road. Station 3 is North Commerce. So once we actually finish with both of them, we'll have 2 stations, 2 viable stations out there in that area. And then the next thing is actually you want to know where we are with the insurance company as it relates to Fire Station 3, which is located at North Commerce. Where we are with that, we're working with the city's insurance company, which is called Chubb Insurance. So I put in the emergency procurement because what happened during the fire, as you know, we had a lot of gear out there, tools and equipment. We lost all of that because of the fire. So we had to replace that. And we're going to get reimbursed by the insurance company. Where we are now, we had a company called ServPro. They came out, they actually gutted the interior of the station. And also they put a fence around it. If you go there, you'll see it's a construction fence. That's to keep unauthorized persons from coming in there. Now we had it gutted because they're going to renovate it. They took everything out of there from the textiles to the furniture. They're going to try to clean it. If that doesn't work, then they're going to replace it. As of today, they've spent $100,000 so far on it. So now we're in the process. We're finna get ready to go out to bid because an engineer actually came out to the property, and the engineer needs us to remove everything out of there before they can tell us whether it's stable or not and what type of renovation it is. So that's where we are currently.
All right. The lights come on. Councilmember Cummins, you were on item number 3. Do you have any additional question on his update on item number 3?
Yes. Thank you, Chief Thornton, for your presentation. I know that was a great concern just because you had an area, just such a large area that didn't have that first due-in coverage. So I'm glad that we are moving forward with regards to putting some staff over there. Where exactly will that trailer be located?
It'll be located at Fire Station 5, which is on Camp Creek. We're going to put it in the rear of the structure.
It's gonna be, okay, it's gonna be, so that
Yes.
everything was it helpful with the meeting that we set up with Atlanta?
Yes, it was. Thank you so much for that. Yes, we were able to go to Atlanta because we understood that they had trailers. So we had to determine what type of trailer we were going to get. So we looked into 2 companies. One company came out and measured as of last week, and the trailer that they were going to give us, it was just too big and we would have problems getting it in. So the second company, their trailer actually fits. It's no problem coming in, and we can place it in an exact location. So yes, that was helpful.
Okay, one more question. Can you give us, so how, the description of the trailer that we will be using?
Okay, the description of the trailer is basically 3 bedrooms, and it has a living area. It's 2 bathrooms. So it's kind of equivalent to being in a full-fledged fire station.
Thank you. And for those that don't know, with firefighters, we are on a 24, 48, we're 53-hour work week, which means that we're in the station for actually 24 hours. So we live there. So you're there for 24 hours. So we want to try and make it as close to home as possible.
Correct. They spend the night. So they work a 24-hour on and 48 hours off, roughly 10 days a month, 120 days a year.
Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you. Thank you for the update. So let me ask you this. So Station Washington Road,
Station 5, yes.
that's being remodeled,
Yes, correct.
and they're gonna have trailers there.
Yes,
Okay, so I know that was housed by, I think, Park and Recreations.
yes, it was. It
So
was.
have they moved out yet?
Yes, housing, Parks and Rec moved out last month,
Okay.
and right now, currently, we're in what we call the as-built phase. Because that station was so old, we didn't have plans for it. So before we can move forward with getting an architect and or engineer to design it, we had to have what's called as-built. Now, those as-built, they come in and they actually tell you what's in there now. And we can't put personnel in there right now because it was asbestos in there and it's been,
Exactly.
so it's
It's
dangerous.
been vacant for, since Crandall Jones.
Sorry.
Since Crandall Jones.
Yes, yes,
That's been
yes,
quite some time.
yes.
And as for, so you're gonna have trailers there and then you're gonna have trailers at Camp Creek.
No, what's gonna happen, we're gonna put a trailer out at Station 5, which is less than maybe 2 to 3 miles away from the Camp Creek station, while the Camp Creek is being renovated.
Okay,
Once Camp Creek is finished, then we're gonna send the trailer back and we're gonna go back into Fire Station 3. So
And
we'll
then-
have that personnel there. Then we'll continue with the renovations of 5, which you all allowed us to reopen. So once we finish those renovations, we'll put employees at that station. So Ward D will actually have 2 viable stations within their jurisdiction.
okay, okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, I'm not being critical when I ask this question. I'm just a little curious. Did we have any issue with the start time of the insurance company doing their investigation?
Well, I can't speak a whole lot about it because it is an open investigation, but we've been dealing with them and because of the dollar amount, we had to go out on bid on certain things. And it was certain things that they would pay for, but then some things we have to pay for and they'll reimburse us on the back end.
What I'm more concerned about, and we don't have to have this conversation here, I'll put the question out, we can talk about it later, is whether or not just the startup of doing what they need to do to make you even 50% operational at either that site or any other site. Were there any concerns as it related to their performance?
Not right now, no. And I'll be able to answer that more on the back end.
Very smart remark. Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chief, for this presentation and the strategy to kind of make sure that there's coverage on that part of the city, I guess the west part of D. We know that fire station number 3 being down is challenging.
Yes.
But we look forward to it. And then too, we actually look forward to having 2 fire stations in Ward D as we get to that point where Station 5 is completely renovated in the future. So thank you for that. And just, I know you probably said this, just for the record though, can you explain why that there's no trailer at 3 as opposed to it being at 5?
The reason we can't put one at 3 is because we put a fence around to keep everybody out and they're going to be tearing down the Bay Area. So we don't want to be in their way. So that's why I decided to move it to Station 5 so that we'll be out of the way of the construction. And in addition to that, we wouldn't be able to house a fire truck there because you may or may not know the city of Forest Park a couple of months ago had major issues where they had their trucks on the pad, which we call the driveway, and somebody came and stole their jaws of life and a lot of equipment. So we prefer to have it inside so that we can maintain security of it.
Just thanks for the clarity for the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, just real quick, in reference to fire station number 3, can you explain what we call the response time? How is that area being covered right now?
Yeah, it's being covered right now. What we did, we took the personnel from there and we have them at Ben Hill, 2222 Ben Hill, which is fire station number 4 on Ben Hill Road. And right now we have about a 4-minute additional response time out to that area, but we're covering it from there because that's the only place right now that's close enough to that area where we could respond and have our personnel inside housing with the Bay Area to put the truck in as well. But that'll be alleviated once we put the trailer out at 5, and have the truck out there as well.
Thank you very much. And I always run into a lot of different people say they are applying to be firemen, persons, and they are enjoying it. So thank you for all the work you're doing and your staff.
And let me, just to piggyback off that, when I took over, we started out with 43 personnel. And as of today, we're allocated for 78 and we're up to 74. So thank you for allowing us to hire additional personnel.
I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you so much, Chief. So based on that discussion, going back to item number 20, can I go on consent agenda, the emergency procurement? Okay, so that takes care of item number 20 and 3. And Chief, I don't know if you have anything else before us tonight.
That's it.
Oh, you do?
Oh, no, that was it.
Oh,
I
that's it?
apologize. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Okay.
You are welcome to
Thank
stay,
you.
but I'm sure you'll be walking out the door. All right. Next up, Guns Down, Love Up, Councilmember Cummins. And then we'll talk about squatters in East Point. Then we will take number 9, update on City of East Point Development Authorities. Number 11, 4165 and 4155 Ben Hill Road. Then item number 30, 1065 Cleveland Avenue. So we're getting close. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I met this amazing woman here through a friend of a friend, and she told me about this amazing program.
Can you
that she
lean
had.
into the mic a little bit more?
I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Once again, I met this amazing woman through a friend of a friend, and she told me about this program that they have, and I think it is something that's kind of something that we've all been dealing with the gun violence. I know Councilmember Renee. She's been working on doing some programs just to deal with our youth and the gun violence. I spoke earlier. I know I lost a nephew at the beginning of the year due to gun violence. And if I ever thought that it couldn't hit any closer to home, I took my kids. We were going out of town for spring break. We left on Wednesday. He went to a restaurant over by Greenbrier Mall. And as my son and his friend were walking out of the restaurant, someone actually came up to my son and put a gun to my son's face. Struck my son and his friend both in the back of the head. And the thing is, it was, when you talk about conflict resolution, I mean, his thing, he knew he didn't have a gun. He didn't have anything. He was defenseless against this person. So he and his friend, they just got in the car and they left. The guy that assaulted my son and his friend, they were actually recording it. We went back up to the restaurant. We went back up. It's near the Burger King that's right by Greenbrier Mall. We went back up there to file a police report. It hadn't been 30 minutes and it was posted on social media. Someone hitting my son and his friend in the back of the head with a gun, and it could have went a totally different way. The only thing I wanted to do, they just wanted to go and grab something to eat before we left to go out of town. So when I tell you that it is serious about these kids and these guns, it is, okay. My son, it could have gone a whole lot of different ways. My son probably wouldn't even, it's a chance that my son probably wouldn't even been here today. So once it happened, I called Raisha and I told her about what happened. And I mean, and still even to this day, it's still, sometimes it'll just make me break down and cry because like I said, my son, this happened, it couldn't hit any closer than it did with my very own child. So just to kind of, take the floor, Ms. Take it.
All right. Good evening, distinguished council women and men. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm also the namer of Councilwoman Bailey. We live right across the alley for each other, and these are our community members, family, and friends who are also community activists in the fight against gun violence who are standing here with me today. And so I would like to just introduce myself. My name is Raisha Williams, and I'm one of the co-founders of Guns Down, Love Up. We are so excited to be here today to begin the conversation around gun violence prevention with you all. As we know, we've all turned on the news. We have mass shootings taking place in not just public areas, but in our school systems. But as we know, too often, particularly in Black communities across the country, gun violence is a community violence issue for us, and it impacts us each and every day. And sorry, my 4-year-old is a little busy up here, so give us some grace and mercy. And so we're here just to share about.
They're actually having fun. That's what that means. He's making our council.
Yeah, he's like, let me present, Mom. Let me present soon, though. He will be presenting for us. And so in 2018, my mother and my family were also affected by gun violence directly. My brother was murdered by gun violence outside of my mother's home on his way to work. And so that started the work that we've done as a family and community members
to fight against gun violence. And so I'm gonna reach over here and try to present at the same time. I just wanna bring up the youth today because we know children that are overexposed by gun violence are more likely to perpetuate gun violence. We're in a society where it's in our music, it's in our culture, it's in the cartoons, it's in every turn that they have, that gun violence is a thing that they need to participate in. So who are we as Guns Down, Love Up? Well, first of all, I just want to state that we are not an anti-gun organization. We do believe in the right to bear arms, but we do believe that it's important to begin to educate about gun violence so that we can have the conversation to stop it. So our organization is a 501c3 organization, and we started in the Twin Cities of Minnesota. We began our organization there as a media messaging campaign. It's important to get the message out, which we're wearing on our shirts today, Guns Down, Love Up, to present that and start to make that the message across the board. So we began our media message campaigns through radio, television ads, yard signs, which are one of our most popular community initiatives, t-shirts and swags, just to continue to push the message out there. As we begin that work in 2018, we realized that we needed to expand into more programs and services. And since 2019, we've started to work on 3 parts of our focus, which is intervention, prevention, and restorative justice. As a family, we needed to begin to heal and forgive the individual who was found guilty for murdering my brother. We need to start that healing process so that none of the family members would want to retaliate against him or his family members for what happened. And a large part of gun violence in our community is retaliation. You've hurt my family, I'm gonna hurt your family, and it perpetuates and continues. And so we begin to do what we call community healing circles. And it was open to the entire community to come and participate, to start having the conversation about how gun violence conflict affects them directly and how it affects the youth. We wanted to make it very open and welcoming, so we invited members out and we would do different activities, such as we would do movie nights, but we would have counselors on hands, therapists, massage therapists, to be able to start to do that holistic, the counseling and all of the therapy that you need to encompass a new beginning as you move forward through as you move forward through your process of healing. So then as we've expanded in 2019, we were honored to be a part of the White House Community Violence Intervention cohort. And they've chosen different organizations that are grassroots, community-based 501 organizations around the nation to come together and talk about the resolutions and conflict work that they've done under the CVI. And so as we've expanded that work, as we've expanded that work into the work that we've been doing with the White House, we have launched to do different organizational work and expand our work to Detroit, which we have program and services in. And now we've expanded our work here to Atlanta and the East Point area. And so we just wanted to come and introduce ourselves to you all this evening. We don't have a specific ask, but we just wanted to put our faces and our voice and the work that we're doing in front of the council today as we begin to expand the work that we're doing here in East Point. We would love to meet with everybody, as we've met with Councilmember Cummings, and we would look forward to meeting with Councilmember Bailey to talk about the work more in depth and share about the work that we're doing. I'm gonna stop there because Rocky is still trying to present to you all, but I would love to have to answer any questions that may come up, and we would love to, at a later date and time, share with each council member a little bit more about our organization, the details of our organization, the work of our organization, and go from there. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings, thank you so much for your presentation and the work you're doing.
Thank you. Oh, and Rocky wanted to close out and say,
Hi, I am Rocky.
okay.
Hi, Rocky. How old are you?
How old are you, Rocky?
4 months.
4 years. Okay.
4 years. Are you in school? Where do you go to school?
YMCA preschool.
YMCA preschool. Do you like to play sports?
Yes.
What do you like to play? Baseball, softball, football, basketball.
But we're on Guns Down, Love Up.
Okay, I'll take that too. Guns
Okay.
Down, Love Up. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to us this evening. Thank
Hold
you.
on just a moment, Councilmember Cummings.
Oh, sure.
Yes. Again, I just wanted to thank you for coming out and just presenting to us. And just, like I said, this is something that is truly near and dear to me. I've been affected now not once but twice, this gun violence. And I just wanted to, for Ms. Williams to come and just present to you, let her know what it is that her organization does. In some sort of way, maybe we can do some sort of partnership. I don't know. Just to, like I said, it's not an ask anything in specific, but just to let us know what it is that her program offers.
And again, thank you for your grace and mercy. Those of you who are parents or grandparents with a 4-year-old or under, we appreciate your patience as I try to present it.
And thank you for my post.
Okay.
You're welcome. We got 2 other little young men with us. Would you like to say something too? What's your name?
What's your name? Langston.
Langston, I'm sorry. Thank you, Langston. It's important to get your name right. Langston what?
Langston Julian Chapman.
Okay, full name. Thank you. How old are you?
6.
6?
No, he's 5.
He's 5. You're 5 and you want to be 6. I bet you're 5.5. You're close to 6 or third 5?
Just turned 5.
Do you like sports?
Yes, I like soccer.
Soccer. Okay. We have a soccer in the street field right downtown by Oz Pizza. Have you been over there? Yes. Okay, awesome. Nice to meet you, Langston. And we have one more.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harrison Chapman, and I'm 10 years old.
Okay, say your first name again for me.
My name is Harrison Chapman.
I don't know what's wrong with my ear. I was flying and I'm still, and I had a cold, so I'm still trying to get my hearing right. Harrison, right?
Yes.
Chapman,
Mm-hmm.
10 years old.
Yes.
What school do you attend?
I attend the children's school.
Oh, okay, I've heard of it. And do you like sports?
Yes, I like to play tennis and chess.
Tennis and chess, very good. And I shouldn't put you in a box. You might like some technology and STEAM things as well. So do you have any other hobbies?
Yeah, I also speak Chinese.
Ah, you're bilingual.
Mm-hmm.
You one up on me. English. Nice meeting you and continue to be great, okay? I know you're
Okay.
great, so continue to be great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you all for joining us this evening.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for guns down la la.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're a great spokesperson. All right, next up, squatters in East Point, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I had this placed on the agenda after, there was some concern from one of the residents that had an issue going on in their community with squatters taking over. So I do know that the city was out there and that they pretty much told the squatters that they had to leave, I think today. I remember receiving an email that said that I believe the squatters are still there. So here is some things that I wanted that we could possibly put in place. And I'm reading all the emails that they sent to the people that are supposed to be over the property. And they told them long ago that there was an issue with squatters in the community. And I also seen a video where one of the people was actually standing on the roof of the house and the other guy was out walking with his clothes all down. Oh yeah, I saw that video. That was kind of disturbing. So here's some things that we can put in place. First, we need some kind of law about squatters. Then we need to look at maybe having people register their vacant homes, because here's why we need to look at that. One, because if you look at it, then nobody can be swindled or misled about who's supposed to be over the property. Because if the original person registered a home, they can always check with the city to see if that is accurate before they write a check or money order or anything. So We need some kind of policy in place for squatters, lock them up, because pretty much that is breaking and entering. And then we need to put some kind of policy in place for registering vacant homes. And then it'll give the city, you'll know how many vacant homes you have in the city. And it actually holds the landlord, the management company accountable for the property. So I will yield. I'm going to continue to go over these emails about the squatters, but I will share the video with you of them actually on the roof of the house, and it was just terrible.
So, Mr. City Manager, I see our police chief here. I see Councilmember Renee as well. Councilmember Renee, do you want to speak before our chief?
No, let the chief go first.
Okay. Mr. King, are you okay with the chief going ahead?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm fine with that. Come on, Chief. He can give you an update on everything up to date as to what's been transpiring. Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. We've had a lot of complaints about the squatters in Heritage Park. So we met with Resi Homes, the person representing them. They came out there, and one thing people have to realize, the actual people who own the houses, they're the true victims. So they have to give them a formal notice to leave. We met them. They gave the residents a formal notice to leave. We wrote them a criminal trespass warning. In addition to that, we realized that all of them had leases that were fraudulent. Resi Homes gave them an opportunity to move in with a legitimate lease if they so chose to. We gave them to the day to move out. If they do not move out today, it becomes a larger legal issue. I do know one of the residents moved out. So I know a city attorney also went out there Thursday, and we talked with several residents in reference to the lease issues. We're actually looking for the person who wrote these fraudulent leases. That's a big criminal matter, and we're searching for that person. They gave us information on how to find this individual because we want to lock this person up. Now, the problem we have, as many of you know, once a person has a fake or real lease, we can't physically make them leave without being formally evicted. So the city attorney and I have been working together trying to figure out the best way to do these things. We met with Resi Homes and told them there are options as well. City attorney, you want to kind of chime in what we discussed?
Yes, I did go out. I had an opportunity to speak to a number of the neighbors, as well as 3 of the occupants who had the fraudulent leases. To Councilmember Shropshire's point, we actually do have a registration of vacant and foreclosed single-family residential properties ordinance under 7-8001 that does require them to, in fact, register the homes. Only thing I think it does need to be strengthened, because in most jurisdictions, there's an annual requirement. However, in our municipality, is only required once, period, per owner if the property is vacant. So we probably should do that annually. One of the things that I've learned, and I've talked to other municipalities in the state, and I hadn't had a chance to update Chief, is that if these people are here and they are crossing the threshold under the law, they could theoretically be charged with burglary, because they're crossing the threshold of these properties. The properties are vacant. They don't have legal authority to be there, and they are committing the theft or any other felony therein, such as the T-poles, they're using the electricity, or they're using the actual edifice. So once they leave out of it, the owner now has to come in and paint new carpet and things of that nature, which could be of value to the property. So I don't know that the owners would have, we would need the owner's assistance, of course, that being Resi Homes, but I don't know that they would have to, in this instance, do an eviction under the circumstances that we have. We did have an opportunity, myself and staff, to actually do some research and find out that one of the people who are there may actually be kind of a lead in this, but that there are social media outlets out there such as Instagram, where you can pay $7,500 and get keys or get access to a house for 6 months. And that's what they do. They break into a house, give you the keys, you give them $7,000 cash at a park, because we talked to people, and they've told us this is what's happening. So we're hopeful that we can get these people out, because the neighbors are really being, in a lot of instances, terrorized by the presence, the mere presence of them.
Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, and thank you for speaking with me on this issue, and you guys going out there to the property and verifying that they were squatters. The problem is that I see is it's not just vacant homes, it's also all these homes, like this company here, from based on our conversation, is that they are renting all of these properties. And some of the residents had been complaining about this for a very long time. They chose not to investigate. They chose not to secure the property, because this could have been warded off had somebody been out there from their company once a week, knowing that they had not leased anything to these people. And then like now residents, because what makes a secure and great neighborhood is that you know your neighbors. And some of the biggest problem is when you got people coming in and out and you don't recognize them, it calls for like an unrestly night. And especially if you have somebody standing on the roof, walking down the street nearly naked, that tells you that these people may not be as stable, or may not be in an area where I paid this good money for my house, and now I have some cuckoos living next door. So, and we don't know what kind of mental health state that they're in, but the fact is, reasonable persons do not be on the house standing, yelling and carrying on, and then naked people or nearly naked people are not walking down the street. So my question is, how do we hold landlords or owners of rental property accountable? This should be a fine against the those landowners, because this has gone on for a long time and the residents have been begging and asking and pleading for help. And the owners of this property did nothing. And in fact, what they did was they tried to drive down the residents who have been there for a long time, drive down their property values, hoping that they would just leave. And that would have made it way worse than what we had right now today. We need to hold homeowners or these commercial companies that owns these apartments, we need to hold them accountable. Once we get too many complaints on them about the same thing, we need to figure out how we're gonna start finding them, because they're using city resources, our police staffing, to go out there continuously to deal with unruly tenants, unlawful activities, and the homeowners don't care because they can move for eviction. But they didn't even choose to go out and search the property, to just do a drive-by. Hey, they did a friendly drive-by, they would have known that we got people living here unlawfully. But they ignored all of those things. And what it did was it cost this city, our taxpayers, more money to get you guys out there and continue to go out there to deal with this kind of problem. And so they need to be held accountable. I like to see some laws in place to hold these big corporations to think that they can just come in and hold us hostage with this kind of foolishness. They wouldn't want it in their communities, and we should have it in ours. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Robertson and Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a point of clarification. I thought I was under the impression that there was some type of scam going around and somebody was duplicating some keys and renting it out. Is that not true, or is that true?
So let me kind of explain.
Okay.
That is occurring, but we have to prove the residents who's actually buying these leases. Some of these people truly say they did not know because they met the people, they paid them money, and they got a set of keys. So there's one person responsible for pretty much all those people in Heritage Park. So we're trying to locate that person now. So it is a scam, but some of these people are unwittingly not knowing they've been scammed. And so one issue we're having is they're saying, why do I have to leave? I paid my money, and we can't prove they did or didn't, but this is what they're saying. And we're telling them, this is not a valid lease. This is the person who runs the property. So they're telling you they didn't lease this to you. So you may have been scammed, but you're unlawfully here. So it's kind of a victim on both sides, if that makes any
It seems
sense.
that way. Questions maybe to staff and you, Chief. So at that time, are they able to go get their lights on and everything else under those false pretenses?
So this is what happened. Resi Homes have the utilities on, and they can get the lights on with the lease.
Okay.
But we looked at it, and Resi Homes still have all the utilities. And we've been trying to contact them for about 3 weeks about this issue, because we told them, listen, first of all, you have people here. They wouldn't meet with us. We had to basically threaten them to get them to come meet with us and say, listen, we don't want these people in these homes. We need to make sure you're on board. Because at first they were like, well, some of these people may be single. I'm like, did you rent the lease or not? You can't have strangers in your home. So once we got them on board, that's when Wednesday, they gave them a formal notice they have to leave. But at first, they really wasn't cooperative as they should have been with us.
One final follow-up. At one time, I'm under the impression there should be some type of security cameras. And at one time, I'm under the impression that Ring was setting up with the police department. So if the owners have a security camera there and hooked up with Ring, somebody preventive maintenance could help out, I would think.
So I would tell you,
conversation going on with that, with the owners and saying, hey, let's set this up, get Ring in there, hook us up to the police station so we can prevent that and start monitoring that more tighter. I'm just asking, is it?
that's a very good idea. And I would tell you, up until last week, they really weren't cooperating with us. So now we had to basically threaten them and say, we're going to find you, we're going to lock you up, we're going to do these things to you before they even came to meet us. But now they're meeting with us and trying to cooperate because they don't want that burden on them. And I told them, we have video of people kicking down the doors and things of this nature. We want to prosecute these people, but we can't prosecute without your cooperation saying, yes, we want these people locked up. And they still haven't went forward to say, hey, you can prosecute these people yet.
And I hope you do follow up on that suggestion or idea. But one other thing, are there families in there as well, like
Yes.
kids in there? Oh, wow. I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Councilmember, hold on a minute, Councilmember Renee. And I'm returning Weems and then Councilmember Butler.
Let me just add to that for Councilmember Renee's point. Resi Homes hired a real estate company to actually go out to the property, and they visited the property once every 14 days. So they knew or should have known that somebody was in the property who shouldn't have been there, because the lady said that she had conversations with the illegal occupants and she told them that they were there illegally, to the chief's point. So if Resi Homes, the way I see it, if they knew or should have known that people were in there illegally, they can be prosecuted under our registration ordinance under 7-8001. And this goes into Councilmember Shropshire's number 8 issue. But we actually met when we were doing research on bank-owned properties. We actually met and looked at Jackson, Mississippi, who was having a big issue with a whole bunch of the city. That's not a word. A great deal of their city being co-opted by banks and financial institutions purchasing their properties. They instituted an actual rental ordinance, and they strengthened their vacant property ordinance. So if you are renting your home in Jackson, Mississippi, whether it's a financial institution or any other person, not only are you required to register it, but you also are required to have a person who lives in Jackson who can be at the property within 24-hour notice. The property has to be inspected by the city, and there are a number of other things that are required in order for you to rent a property inside Jackson, Mississippi. What is also interesting is that if your property remains vacant for the length of time it remains vacant, the registration fee increases. So it kind of creates an incentive for you to sell the property or even rent it if that's your intent. Certainly Georgia has, like I stated, a very strong property rights state. And back in 2022, there was a bill, House Bill 1093 and 494, which actually would prohibit cities from placing any zoning or land use restrictions on build-to-rent communities, because in Georgia, it has really become a phenomenon where they're literally building communities to rent. So some of the legislatures wanted to put real restrictions on that, and it actually did not pass because of Georgia's strong property rights state, where the law says you cannot tell people what to do with their properties, but what you can do is restrict their use of the property. So that's where I think we have an advantage as a municipality that we really need to explore. With the Resi homes, my concern is that there are victims on both sides, but I don't know that they're true victims because you knew or should have known you couldn't rent a 5-bedroom house for $5,000 for 6 months.
Exactly. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think, I've read the emails, Chief, and I think Chief is doing the right approach. I think that we should treat these people as victims and that they should be properly evicted. Having said that, I do agree with Councilwoman Renee with some of her comments, but to take it a step further, Councilwoman Renee, I'm concerned that you have a home builder in a community that's designed to sell homes, now building homes to rent, thus increasing or destabilizing a community that is with homeowners. And so hopefully, or maybe we can work with that community and other communities in the HOA to stiffen their covenants so that they can prevent the leasing of these properties. Because I can see where some of those people may know, but some person may not know. They may have bad credit, can't rent a house. They may have several children and they say, oh, I've been blessed, and they've been scammed. And so there is a proper way to evict those people, and that's through the eviction process. And usually with Fulton County, it takes around 30 days. It could take longer, per what the police chief said. But once they get served and go to court, you know, that court down there, they move real quick to get people out. I'm asking that this council consider what type of legislation can we do, not only to enforce those leasing, but curtail the leasing in those type. We have too many corporations. That's the whole problem we're trying to solve today. And maybe that's the theme of this meeting. You have bank-owned properties. You have really corporations that are buying properties. And now people cannot afford starter homes. And we all know that your home for the middle class America is the quickest way or the greatest way for financial stability and wealth. And now all of the starter homes are being purchased by corporations. I am realistic about what we can do as a city council, but there's going to have to be some state involvement as well. But I don't know what we can do, but maybe we should start to explore how do we stop these corporations from preventing the average American living the American dream. So I yield, but I wanted to add that point.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Cummings.
I don't want to,
All right, Councilmember Gordon, you must have turned your light out.
did,
'cause I
'cause I
did
thought
call
you-
your name. Go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
Okay,
Then Councilmember Cook.
thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. This has been quite the journey. We had another situation, I believe it was March or end of February, but our staff got right on it. And then this one pops up, and it pops up just like with the issues with short-term rentals because of nuisance behavior. As one of the residents who lives in the area stated that if they hadn't been misbehaving, no one would have ever known they were squatters. And it may be to the blessing in disguise that we are finding out that they are squatters, but unfortunately the behavior is unacceptable. So my question is to those who live in the vicinity who were anticipating these residents, anticipating the fact that they would be gone today, how do we address that and let them know that now there's an eviction process that must take place? Their concern, I already know, I've been talking to them today, is how do we mitigate this issue until they're formally evicted? How do we make sure that they don't continue to, in essence, be a nuisance, terrorizing the area? What can we do as a city to show a stronger presence? Because, you know, this is an issue and it's compromising the quality of life.
So what I did already was put an upgraded patrol because I knew that this was a big issue. And I know that their behavior is unwanted. So if we see any type of criminal activity, we're gonna lock them up. Now, I'm gonna get with City Attorney Weems because I was unaware of that other option. So we're gonna speak offline about that and see what we can do, see can we speed up the process. But it's a very, I won't say use the word delicate because we wanna do things the right way. We also know that some people are truly affected by this, where other people should have known this was not legitimate. And some people have called us today, and like I said, one person's moved out, one person is trying to work with us. Because some of these families, they have nowhere to go. Not to be funny, I know he probably shouldn't be there, but it's also an issue of where do they go? So it's just not an easy resolution, so to speak.
Thank you. So one thing I'll say is being in real estate at a certain point, and I know Councilmember Cummings is in real estate as well, when you see people who operate and move in desperate situations, they probably don't know. They just think, like Councilmember Butler said, oh, this is a great opportunity. You know, but in looking at some of the websites that I've seen where there's inventory available for a lump sum payment for several months, it's unbelievable that folks are inventorying property that is not even theirs, you know, and advertising it for someone to take residency because they know the law. They know that it's going to take an eviction process to get squatters out. It's been historically a difficult thing to get rid of squatters immediately. So I think they operate with that intention. But I want to say that, you know, I thank you and your staff for being responsive and that we want to definitely be far more present as we get through this situation because the behavior is not good at all. I can tell. I have seen it. The other thing I want to say is, I mean, these scammers, I know that you're looking into that, and we see these stories on the news all the time. I know just the last week in East Washington, a family had moved from out of state to move over to our city off of East Washington, and same situation. It was a scam. But fortunately, I don't think they had moved in. So they were spared that, but probably still lost money. And when folks are paying lump sums of money for desperate situations, they don't have anything else. And children are often involved, just as in this case in Heritage Park. So I look forward to us please working together and making sure that we mitigate these nuisance behaviors that are occurring because it is really difficult. And it's a nightmare to want to allow you live in peace. So I think we work together to make sure we can get through this process as quickly and peacefully as possible.
No problem.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Shropshire. Oh, I'm sorry. Our interim city attorney has his light on. Do you want to say something now or that from earlier?
It was to Councilmember Gore's point, but I can wait until everybody else, if you want to, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that'll be good. Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me go in front of the city attorney. I want to extend just the core argument that Councilwoman Shropshire has brought up, basically squatters. And I just make this comment and you know what to do afterwards. But the situation is really so bad these days that I have personal knowledge of a real estate agent who will not take a customer to a home without being scrapped because they don't know who's going to be inside of that facility. And basically what I'm saying is things are just that seriously. It's not just confined to cluster of homes. Could be the house down the block from you, kind of a thing that you don't even know somebody's actually in there until you knock on the door, or if you have a pass key to go inside. And as we try to come up with how to improve safety, just keep that in mind.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. When I say I read the emails that I read are the emails between the residents of Heritage Park and the management company in reference to the squatters. The management company knew for some time that there were squatters there. And what they said was, and I don't agree that they're victims, because they're not. What they said on March 23rd, when the resident contacted them again, informing them about the squatters, they said, "Thank you for reaching out. We are aware of the squatters residing in Heritage Park. We have to follow the state law in order to have them removed and are in the process of doing so. Our team is working diligently on this and will continue to work diligently until the squatters are removed." That was on March 23rd. Today is April the 10th. It shouldn't have took that long. I'll be happy to share all these emails from the resident telling them about the squatters, the knives, and how they are kicking in the door, breaking the window to get in to the place. All the trash that's in the back where the trash is not being picked up, they knew for some time that they had squatters and they did nothing. So technically, they broke the law. And they should be held accountable for breaking the law. And the management company should be held accountable because they knew and did nothing.
And I will tell you, we had to threaten them to make them meet last week. So and one of them even said, well, some of these people have kids. What are they going to do? I'm like, our concern is getting these people out the property who don't belong. You need to be here on this date. And they showed up. We almost had to threaten and lock them up to get them to show up because we don't have authority to tell those people they have to move. The management company has to do that. So I agree with you. And we're working on several things to make sure we can kind of prevent some of this stuff in the future.
And we need to strengthen whatever ordinance that we have to prevent this from happening. Because we have a lot of vacant property in the city. It could happen to anybody's neighborhood. And the law needs to be strengthened. We need to have the interim city attorney bring back an ordinance that is strengthened, that's going to prevent this, and start holding these people accountable who's supposed to rent these properties out.
Council member Cummins, and then I have some comments and I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a couple of questions. So I just want to make sure them clear. So for the, was it the Heritage, the community? So basically you had a builder that came in and he was selling the homes initially, but then they decided to bring a company. So I need to be clear on, because the issue now is the company that's doing the leasing.
Correct.
So the company that's doing the leasing for these people, is that or is it not a legitimate company?
I'm sorry, the door closed. I didn't hear the last part you said.
So the builder originally was building houses.
Correct.
Selling them to people that were buying, homeowners.
Yes.
Then they stopped and now they're taking these homes. They're still building the homes, but now they're renting the homes. They aren't leasing the homes out anymore.
Correct.
So the company that is bringing the people in, the renters, what I'm trying to understand is how the people, so they just, you said that they do have some leases. Someone is.
Okay, let me kind of help you out if I can, if I may.
I just want to make sure.
You're asking basically how these people get into these homes, how they get.
into the homes.
So on the fraudulent leases, these people are breaking in homes,
Right.
breaking through the windows, changing out locks, all these things.
So they
Matter of fact, what we found out is Resi Homes have even replaced doors, knowing people were there, replaced windows as if these people are legitimate tenants. So I'm like, why would y'all replace these items versus calling the police? I mean, you have someone in his house, they don't have a legitimate lease, but you replace the window that was broken. How does this happen? So I think Councilman Swapshire said it's supposed to be at 14 days, but when they see repairs need to be made, they're making the repairs. We would ask them, please have the power turned off, because that will help greatly, because the power is not in some of these residents' names. They're still in Resi Homes' names. So I'm like, if you do these things right here, they're gonna be more likely to leave without power.
So I know a lot of our contact has been with the leasing, the leasing company, the management company, but have we actually made contact with the builder? Because they are the true owners.
So yes, we've made contact and they sent a representative.
Oh, and they sent a representative. Okay, so how many homes are in this community, in this neighborhood?
A lot. I mean, it's Heritage Park, so there's a lot of homes, but right now, they have about 10 plus houses that's truly been affected by it.
Okay, you got 10 houses. So do they have does the neighborhood, do they have an active HOA?
Yes.
Now, this is my question, I guess it would be for the city attorney. So if they come up with some sort of bylaws, will the HOA bylaws, do they trump, I guess, like the builder's rights? So like this, say they came and they said, well, you can't, those houses can't be leased out if that's what the bylaw states by the builder. Does that trump, if that's what the bylaws state in their HOA, in their covenants? Can that? Yeah, I'm asking. So if the HOA came together and they said they did some sort of bylaws or in their covenants that says that the builder can't go in and now just take this community and just start making it a rental community, will the neighborhood covenants trump like what it is the builder's actually able to do?
They could. I don't know that they'd be able to do it now because they have to have everybody sign on to it.
Okay.
Because it would become a part of the covenant or some type of restriction in the deed, that they can only have X amount of X percentage of rentals in the community or something of that sort is what I think you're referencing.
Right.
I don't know that you get ex post facto it, meaning go back and do it without everybody saying we want to be held to this standard.
Okay.
Also, and I think Councilwoman Swatch, I was alluding to it, this is a new phase.
Okay. You said that they don't have an HOA for this?
Because it's a different phase of
Okay, so if you determine that these people, that the leases aren't legitimate, technically these are people that are trespassing. Now, can you remove those people for trespassing and you don't have to go through an eviction process then, right?
So we have issued them citations for trespassing. We didn't arrest them because kids and things of this nature.
Right.
But and I will talk to City Attorney Weems about this because once a person has a residence and now finally they have told them, we want you to leave, it's a lot different than just escorting somebody out of here. It's because now they have established a residence and there's a lot of laws and things that go in place.
So it is still a process?
Yes. And I think City Attorney Williams is going to kind of come in on that. He was telling me some different things, but we've been working together trying to find out what's the fastest and best solution.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Gordon, and then I'll make comments, and then I'm definitely coming to you, interim city attorney, and chief, if before you wrap up, or before you leave the podium, if you could just give an update so we can get that out of the way.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So one, I agree, Resi Homes has been very derelict. I reached out, no phone call back. And if they were aware long before, a week ago, that's just absurd. And as you stated, how could you make repairs to damages when you supposedly shouldn't have anyone there? That speaks for itself. Now, this is a neighborhood where I live. I've been told twice that those new homes are a part of the HOA. In speaking with the representatives in the neighborhood or of the HOA, the reason why the HOA was pretty much unable to do anything is because the HOA, as it was told to me from a legal perspective, handles what's outside of the home. They can't control what's happening inside of a home in terms of the leases and all of that. Again, you've got something like code enforcement issues. If you painted your door purple, you're going to get fined, or that kind of thing. But what this, as you stated before, it's a civil case. So that is why the HOA was unable to take on any action beyond maybe trying to help reach out to the representatives of Resi Homes and determine what is actually going on here. I do know that, yes, Councilmember Butler or Councilmember Cummings, I think there can be consideration, and I think there will be consideration for placing a rental restriction, which many of us thought was in the covenants, but in recent years found out that it was not in that covenant. And so as a result of all of this, happening. I know Councilmember Butler and I spoke with Commissioner Arrington, and we're looking at putting on, we will be scheduling in the next few days, some sort of a workshop so that it will help us as communities, especially where you have HOAs. In Ward D, we have quite a few, and where we don't have those, we have a number of community associations. And of course, HOAs do have covenants, whereas community associations don't. But allowing residents and communities and neighborhoods to know what to look for situations like this, because and what our rights are as a community and what we can do and what we can't do, because we're hearing, what the laws are, why they're still there. And, we need to know how to arm ourselves as individuals. And of course, with the stronger force of having some sort of legislation. One thing I wanted to say about controlling rent, and Chief, this is more so for my question for the interim city attorney. When we were in DC, I spoke with Councilmember Alexander from Stockbridge, and he advised that in Stockbridge, they have put passed some sort of legislation that controls rentership in the city of Stockbridge. So I don't know if that might be some level of resource for us to take a look at as we try to look to kind of strengthen up our own ordinances and get some control over what's happening here. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Gordon. When we had our last discussion about bank-owned properties, I mentioned Stockbridge's legislation, and I actually asked Councilmember Alexander to send me a copy of his ordinance. I haven't received that as of yet, but they and other cities, I think College Park has had to deal with this increase in build to rent is the legislation that they're referring to. I think if this is a new phase of Heritage Park, if we had an ordinance in place, we probably could have dealt with the under build to rent ordinance. And I do think, and I agree, we should be looking at trying to do that. I think it's connected to this discussion and item number 8, anything that we're talking about housing, because the longer we don't have an ordinance in place, the longer you can't go back and if they start building, they're under the laws that exist at that time. And we do have a lot of activity in the city. Thank you, Chief, for increasing patrol. Councilmember Gordon mentioned she has real estate experience. I was a real estate attorney and did landlord tenant in Florida and Georgia. And you can't put them out. It's unfortunate. When Councilmember Callaway was on council, Leslie Zinn, who owns Arden's Gardens, had a situation at one of her homes over, I think in Center Park, where somebody broke in, vandalized, they were like staying there. And unfortunately, she had to go to court to get them out because they wouldn't just leave. And if you illegally evict people, then you're subjected to damages, which is like 3 times the rent and a whole lot of punitive things for like illegally moving people out. I think we're talking about different types of people who are in the situation. I think the management company is absolutely derelict and responsible. And I don't know, City Attorney Williams mentioned our vacant housing ordinance or section 7 - whatever that you kept referencing. I don't know if there's something that we can do as it relates to them about that, or the homeowners, whoever it is, because this didn't just happen yesterday, right? This has been a long time. They've ignored it. They don't live in our communities. They don't care. But we have to make people care. I think as it relates to the different types of people who are in the home, there are people who are there criminally. They may have broken in and they're living there, whatever. I mean, you still can't put them out. Increasing patrol will help with that. I think the concern about the families, right? And I think it is hypocritical for the management company to be talking about caring about families when they know that there are people who have children who are staying here paying rent to people who don't have the legal authority to collect rent. So those families are basically losing money that they won't get back. So I'm not concerned about them saying, but I am concerned about the people who live there. And having been an attorney at Legal Aid in Florida, I think it's something that we need to bring them in on, because the reality of it is if they're not able to pay the rent with whomever owns it, they're gonna have to move. But what they can't do is wait until the proceedings is over to try to start finding somewhere to move. And I think we need to try to connect them with some social services agencies and legal aid to help, because legal aid will provide legal representation to those who qualify. So then that gets them legal representations in the evictions that will be filed to move forward, right? So that they go to court and they'll have that. But also start figuring out places and services, and maybe even having Yolanda Johnson in the city working with the persons who are real victims, right? The families that are there, who we don't want to see them out on the street, and we definitely want to make sure that they stay housed, but we want to make sure that they're not victims and they're in housing that they actually have a legal right to be in, so that this era of being put out of your home is not constantly over their head. So I think, legal aid, Yolanda Johnson, I don't know how we can connect with the persons who are there, like with families who were innocent, who are true victims in this, right? And even the others, if people there, we don't want anyone to really become homeless, right? So I think we need to look at that ordinance from Stockbridge for future. It's not going to really impact this one, I don't know, because they're probably already in the process and we might not be able to go back retroactively. Thank you for increasing patrol. Then we need to connect them with legal aid and Yolanda Johnson. And I know when we had the situation with the trailer park, Attorney Weems also brought in a professor, the dean of social work at Clark University. I mean, this is a big issue, and I'm hearing that it's in other cities as well. And so there's going to be attention to more, people that are going to be, or who are already dealing with this. And we need to start creating some safety nets for people who are actually victims, because the reality of it is they don't have the money. They've been paying people who are not entitled to receive the money, and now they need to find other housing. And that's just the whole strain and the level of trauma that hopefully we can, through our Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, and our social services coordinator that's within that office, and through Clark and legal aid, and I really deal with this holistically. So I'll turn it over to our interim city attorney, who had some comments earlier and indicated that he will wait.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are a couple of things where we find ourselves. We have two different types of victims. One being that you have the victims people who did not know that they were moving into some place that they could not rent. But then you have even those people who knew or should have known, because even in that umbrella, you have these people who moved into, like I said, a 5-bedroom home, and you're paying $6,000 for 6 months or for a year, even in some instances. Where it moves into the area for me of being even more illegal. Okay, they have their lights on, the lights were being paid by Resi Homes, but you knew that you couldn't put your trash can out because the city did not issue you a trash bin. So you were taking your trash, and as one of them said, my brother comes and gets my trash every week and takes it to his home and throws it away from me. So to that end, those people knew or should have known that they were not there. Now, there's then the law under 1671 under burglary says, if you enter a property with the intent without authority and with the intent to commit a felony or theft therein, and the theft being the use of the property without the owner's permission, then you could be convicted of a burglary. And that has been tested in our state where someone has done this. Now, the mayor is right. Under normal circumstances, if somebody is just squatting under traditional reasons, they are squatters and you have to go through the process. It's not 30 days, Councilmember Butler. It used to be 30 days. That court is now, at this point, dealing with cases from 2021. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are. But the issue under 1671, the court actually held in one instance that they didn't even need the owner of the property to be the victim, because there was a neighbor that saw the people break into the house, and they could use the neighbor's testimony under Millarns versus State to actually have a upheld conviction for burglary. So these people who are there who knew or should have known that they could not be there, really, we can talk about how to kind of splice them out. The last thing is that Resi Homes has known about this for some time. Having 5 or more properties in the subdivision would have, I think it would have enacted, certainly required them to have a license, because they are renting. They came into this property with the intent to rent. you have 5 or more homes, you have to register and get a license to do that. That's the first thing. Second thing is the properties have remained vacant without a valid and active lease for more than 90 days, which also enacted our vacant property ordinance. So they could be cited for both of those. If the police officer doesn't do it, the solicitor's office is going to prosecute them. Because at this point, and when I contacted the lady, she told me, I come by there every 14 days and talk to those people. I know that they're there illegally. So that's what she said to my office. And I just think that these people have been victimized, the people who are there legally. The lady who was scared to even come out and talk to us, they've been victimized. And yeah, you got people who are there with children, but you also got people who are there legally with children. And we got to kind of just sparse them out. That's all the comments I wanted to share with you.
That's it.
I'm sorry, I was taking notes of the different strategies. Thank you, interim city attorney. So, I think from a council perspective, maybe I was about to say March work session. It's the other May work session. We can, as a part of this even global conversation about housing through the Office of Equity, like have this conversation about this ordinance as it relates to restricting build-to-rent units within our city. It sounds like our vacant housing ordinance, as well as registering because there's more than 5 rental, like this interim city attorney has already indicated other ordinances that may be applicable to deal with the management company who is definitely responsible or has a level of responsibility. I know there was a picture shared with alleging that was the person who's actually been doing all of this, and our police department is investigating and increasing patrol. I do think we still need to activate we can't make them, but make them aware of the people who are there and victims for real, right? Like the people who we may not, it sounds like some people may be getting burglary charges and might be arrested and they won't be in the homes. And there sounds like a lot of moving part, but for people who literally were swindled and are really victims and have families, or whether they have families or not, we need to connect them to services. Because yes, it will have to go through the court system, but the goal is for them to get secure, stable housing and connect them to resources that will help them do that. I don't know if some of the funds that have been made available for that the county has or the DCA has for rental assistance, just trying to leverage and create a real empowerment plan, as Ms. Johnson calls it, for people who will need housing and have been duped. And so thank you all for this discussion. I don't know if, and the interim city manager, if there's anything else at the council level that we can do. It sounds like operationally the police and interim city attorney, who's our solicitor, is going to be dealing with those other issues. And from us, from a policy perspective, looking at our ordinances, that Stockbridge ordinance restricting rental units. All right, Councilman Shropshire, this is your item. I'll go to you. Chief, before you leave, if you can give an update on policing really quickly, we will go to 9, 11, and 30.
And just to say this, if whatever is in our vacant ordinance, whatever needs to be strengthened in that, we need to strengthen that as well.
Yeah. So, and as the city manager, city attorney, and police chief are looking through this, if there are other ordinances, I didn't mean to suggest that we're not willing to look at other ordinances or we shouldn't. Like, if there are other ordinances and things that connect to this, also bring that forward to council so we can address that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll definitely take care of that. It's not an issue. So city attorney Weems and I have been working together. So tomorrow we'll get together and patch it up.
All right. You want to do your update on policing so we can go to the next item?
Yes, I will. Real quick. Just real quick. I think it's June 5th. We haven't had it about 3 years, but we're going to start our youth summer camp. And that's going to be from ages 10 to 15 through the police department. And our goals, those are our ages where we see a lot of kids start turning in a negative way. So we want to correct that behavior. And so we're going to have about 7 weeks, and we're going to take them on a field trip every week. We're going to bring people in to really work with them and just try to get people's life on track and have teachers teach some lessons and things of that nature. We had some complaints on Central Avenue. We've taken care of those last week. They have been cited, the businesses with the cars, multiple times, and we told them last week, if we come out here, the cars in the street, we're just going to tow the cars. They're waiting to go to court. I was going to get with the city attorney about that as well. Like I said, our goal is to be fully staffed by July 1st. We're doing our last job fair, I think, May 19th for these last couple positions. So that's what we're looking forward to. That's where we are right now.
Any questions for Chief on his police update? Councilmember Renee?
Just thank you for a great job. We really appreciate that. We really do.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you for
problem.
everything. And tell your men in uniform, we greatly appreciate them.
I will.
Men and women in uniform, men and women. Thank you.
I echo, thank you so much, Chief, for your great leadership, and to our city manager and his support of your leadership. I appreciate you all. I tell people all the time, we have to, you know, we do prioritize safety from a funding perspective as well, but you all run to trouble and we get to run away from it. So I appreciate you for all that you do, and pray for your safety as well as the men and women in blue in our city and our fire department as well.
That's no problem. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I have one other thing you want me to knock it out. It's, I guess, the liquor update for sour grapes.
Yeah, I think the question may have been like what the location. So the location for item number 26 is 3120 South Martin Street, and I don't know if that's a new location. I'm trying to find it on Google Maps and I don't see anything.
So
and
now-
then 1270 Cleveland Avenue, Amico.
Okay, so, sorry, I'm hoarse. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Corporal Jackson. Sour Grapes is actually located near the city garage. It's actually, if you come down South Martin, you get to the city garage, you go up, there's gonna be a couple of warehouses. You have to go up the warehouse. up
Oh, on the left-hand side?
On the left-hand side. So behind Bayard Plaza, there's some red brick warehouses back there, and that's where
Yeah.
it's located, just before you get to Norman Berry.
Yeah, okay, we couldn't figure that out from the map.
Yeah, and they've been there a while. They already have they're wholesale. They basically sell to restaurants and things of that nature.
Okay.
They already have a license for wine, but they're applying for liquor.
Okay. And then the next one is the Amico, and they have an existing, it's a renewal.
Okay, so
Or a
they
new
were
owner.
previously known as Valero. No, not Valero. It was
Yeah, Valero,
Yeah.
okay.
Now the name has changed to Amico, new management,
Oh, okay.
where the hospital was.
Yep,
On the corner.
1270 Cleveland. Any other questions on those two? Councilmember Renee?
The Amico on Cleveland Avenue, which they just did an impeccable job of rehabbing that. They just want to sell liquor, they just want to sell beer and wine.
Beer and wine.
Beer and wine. Okay, the typical stuff.
Yes,
For a
ma'am.
store. They already have it. Okay, good.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. That's
But
fine.
they have a temporary license because they
So
had
long
to-
as it's not liquor.
No, no liquor.
Okay. We don't want the liquor. We don't want the liquor.
Before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The previous business did have a existing license there.
So Valero had a beer and wine license. There's a new owner, it's Amico. They want to have a license in their name. And then Sour Grapes already has a license for beer and wine. They're asking, they're a wholesale distributor to restaurants, and they want to be able to distribute liquor.
Yes.
That's the liquor piece.
Wait a minute, why do I feel like there's an ordinance in place when it's a new owner?
Yeah, that's why.
Yes, that's why they went through the
But I
process.
thought new owners couldn't come in and sell alcohol. No.
Well, they
Can
went through the
apply- they're
temporary process first, so the chief approved the temporary
But I
license.
thought we had a moratorium that, is it new existing convenience stores can't apply for alcohol
So
license?
that's what it is. So I'm gonna answer it. They're just basically transferring ownership. That's the difference. So if it was a new business, they couldn't get one.
I
But
thought so.
yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, okay.
Oh, in that area.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
So that takes 26 and 27. Those are, have a public hearing required. So Madam Deputy City Clerk, those are agenda. Thank you. Be safe. Item number 9, update on City of East Point Development Authorities. Councilmember Robertson. Yeah, I'm gonna go 9, 11, 30, and then I'll go back up to 7 and 8. Because we have people here on those. They've been really.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Maceo Rogers, Director for the Department of Economic Development, City of East Point. Today we have the Ms. Kristen Pritz, I should say. She's the newly elected chair for the East Point Business Industrial Development Authority, and she's here to provide you an update of the various activities and initiatives regarding that authority. Kristen?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. And it's actually Kristen Jackson now, name restored to maiden name.
Sorry.
That's okay. So good evening, and just the current bond deals that BIDA has active. We have Arden's Garden from 2017. That was a $5.2 million bond. Porsche International, which was in 2018 for $12.5 million. Home Depot 2019 for $70 million. And the Rise Academy in 2022 for $20 million. So our current goals are to continue marketing BIDA services and program assistance initiatives through the Department of Economic Development. And we're looking for investment opportunities in the future, such as building or land purchases. And then lastly, our last goal is to seek opportunities to better serve the city through collaborative planning sessions with City Council and the Downtown Development Authority through a retreat or some type of joint work session. So that's our news. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was on the last call, by the way. I listened in. I came in and I thought it was very informative on it. Can you take a step back and tell me right now, because what year is this, 2023? What are some of the goals that BIDA's actually doing today? What are you bringing to the table today, and what can we do different?
Well,
What
I
are you
would
working
say, I would say, as the newly elected chair, that is something that I want to work on. We've had some turnover in appointees. So we do have an opportune time right now to shift our direction and look at some things that have been discussed previously in the past, which is looking at buildings and land that are currently vacant or underused.
Okay, so this question, I think it's to staff. So Maceo, I want you to explain or give us an update on what I was hearing. I can't think of the gentleman's name, but we was talking about some of the great initiatives that the similar organization in College Park has taken in reference to special option taxes, I think it was, and some opportunity that we're missing at
Yes.
the table. So please elaborate on that.
Yeah, so primarily he was referring, they have a very huge project that they're working on down in City of College Park, which is called 6 West Project, which is a huge multi-level development, commercial, green space, residential, a lot of housing, office that they're looking at bringing down there. And that was land that was acquired many years ago through the process of the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, buying out a lot of the residents because they were directly in the flight path that created health hazards, noise pollution. It disrupted their dwellings in terms of the homes because now the noise was so frequent and so intense that it caused things like the structure to become fragmented in terms of its stability. So over a year's multi-year process, they were able to acquire that land that now they are looking many years later to redevelop. Now, the city, as you well are aware, Councilman, is a little bit different from the city of East Point. City of College Park, of course, has the airport that exists there. So they utilize that in terms of tax their tax base that's paid into the city. But in terms of the ownership of land, they have a lot of land that they can now develop based on the project that they're working on. And of course, that is underway. It's not that far down the road in terms of the actual physical development, but the planning is in place for that particular site. And of course, they are diligently working towards that goal. Now, for us, to Kristen's point, the authority is looking at now, because it has some funding in its coffers, that it can in fact look at investment opportunities. So whereas that is the case with the funding, they are now at a point to come together to look at what kind of investments that they want to make, both real and personal property, for example, if they wish to do that. We have talked in times past of the authority looking at the possibility of purchasing an existing building, rehabbing that building, and then of course, looking at converting it into an incubator for small businesses that would come and dwell for 2 or 3 years. And then of course, once they mature, they can graduate and go out and make an investment into a real standalone facility for themselves. Of course, that hadn't materialized, but that is one of the things that they would certainly love to get back to. And I think with Kristen's now leadership, that will in fact happen.
Well, thank you, Mason. Because I've been knowing you so long, can you give us a short answer? Because I want us to get to some meat.
Sure.
Of really what's going on and what are the opportunities BIDA can take, because BIDA is a phenomenal tool that we can be using, and I think it's average. I think you can do much better. I think we can do so much better. I think you could be bringing us so many opportunities, so many deals that it's not happening.
Right.
So, I mean, what do we need to do to make sure that BIDA's the best? Because right now it's average.
Well, one of the things. And thank you, Councilman. One of the things is that, as you well know, most of the businesses that, I should say, come to BIDA are small businesses. Most of the businesses that come to the city in terms of location, expansions, the opportunities that we get are typically small businesses. And in the case of BIDA with respect to small businesses, there is a baseline threshold of $3 million. Most of our businesses, small businesses, do not have or do not reach that threshold.
Can you elaborate on that? You said there's a base hold of $3 million.
A baseline, a minimum investment of $3 million. And the majority of our businesses simply can't meet that threshold. So then we are confined with businesses that can, such as Home Depot, Porsche, Ardent's Garden, which was a small business at the time by many standards, but based on East Point's definition of a small business, that business even itself had more than the threshold of 9 employees. And so it would really be more or less like a medium-sized business for us. But that has been one of the biggest challenges, I should say, with respect. We get a lot of projects, but if they don't meet the threshold, then we can't help them because of the fees that they would incur if they went through that process. It wouldn't be worth the investment. If they can't meet the threshold because of the additional fees that they would have to pay in terms of closing costs, attorney fees, not just to their own attorney, but to BIDA's attorney, then we advise them not to do it because they would be better off by simply going to a standard bank for traditional financing.
What deals is BIDA working on right now today? What's BIDA working on today?
Typically we have a few, about 3 projects in the pipeline that I cannot announce right now because they're not at a point of being able to do that. But we do have projects such as the ones that Kristen has mentioned, that in many cases BIDA receives an annual a payment on the outstanding fee of what is the remaining balance of their bond deal. And typically these deals are they mature after over a 10-year period, I should say. So after 10 years, then the land or that property, the title of the project goes back into the name of the of the business owner. But during that time, BIDA acts as the owner, simply as a pass-through for that company to benefit from getting the tax savings.
I'm going to wrap up, but you did a great job when I was listening at the meeting. You also did a great job, but I think we need to push ourselves a little bit further. I think we know what took place at the meeting.
Sure.
And what was discussed. So I realized that we can do better and we can push ourselves to be better. So I'm just asking if there's anything that we can do to help out, but please, please bring us the best.
Yes, sir. And just to that point, Councilman, one of the things that was suggested during the meeting, because you were there, is that we will be bringing a series of initiatives at the next meeting that this board will be able to consider in terms of initiating with respect to their services, their programs, and their policies. And of course, it will be up to them as to whether or not they want to take that on. And of course, they will certainly bring that before this board too, to address. It will likely take the place of more, it could be more in the form of more incentives. And that's something that you would have to consider in terms of how far you want to go as a council, as a board, to benefit these companies. We do know that some companies, they have the wherewithal. They don't have to come to the authority, but they desire to do so just because of that program that is there for them to utilize, and so they will do that. But that would be a decision. So we will be coming back with some things that they can stew over and consider in terms of moving forward.
I thank you both so much, but I want to stress, please think outside of the box. Please bring us something back exciting. Please wow us, because I know the true power of BIDA, and this right now is average, in my opinion.
Sure,
So
sure.
bring us, wow us, okay? We're East Point, okay?
We will certainly do that.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Christy, for your service. And thank you, Mr. Maceo, as well. I think we need a retreat for number one, city managers with the BIDA board and everything. I think we really need a retreat. I think the council needs to give direction, because I am highly disappointed. I am majorly disappointed. And the reason why I say that is because we set standards that small businesses can never meet. And that should be unacceptable. And we've done this, and we had no knowledge of this. And I'll blame myself. I'll take complete blame, because I had no cue. But the deal is, you will meet with us. You will meet with us. And as a body, collectively, we will help guide BIDA for the betterment of East Point. I'm disappointed. What I'm hearing here, Rise Academy is out of business. I don't even know the other ones. What are we doing in East Point? But I think a retreat, all of us working together, I think that needs to be sooner than later. Talk about BIDA business. Let's work together to make sure we make it better for the businesses in East Point. And I know, Christy, I know you volunteer, I know. So I'm just.
No, I'm all for it. I've been wanting to
But I think what Lance is saying and everybody else is saying, that we want to make it better and we want to do it better. But I think it's time out for big corporations, and we do nothing for the little man. That's what I'm talking about. And we holler that all day long, but we have the means to help smaller businesses, and that's really where the bulk of our economy goes, is for smaller businesses. But we do nothing to help them. And the threshold is way too high. But I'm not blaming you, I promise you, I'm not. I'm just thinking that we all need to be on the same track, working together to make it better for all of us. I yield.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to also talk about a retreat, but perhaps with Downtown Development Authority as well in the same room, so that we can have these conversations and talk about the barriers that are there and try to erode some of those barriers. Also, any kind of training prior to that retreat, like the bond, I think I participated in a training, and it's very detailed. I probably need to go through it again. But any members on those boards that haven't participated in the training prior to the retreat, if we could just make sure that they have that knowledge as well, so that we can move forward with some creative ideas. Fortunate that you're now president, so I'm looking forward to some new things, this different, to just make the board be very effective for this great city of East Point and our residents and our businesses. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So I'm gonna be light. So my question is, and I think the city manager was trying to get some dates scheduled for the retreat. Mr. King, do you have the available dates?
I was actually looking at the calendar. I came by with Macy to look at a date in June to give you all some time. Look at June the 3rd. So I got all of you all together. Look at June 3rd. That's a Saturday. That's the first Saturday of June. That gives you at least a little more than a month. And then we could vet it with both Macy on their team to see if that works well for
Sure.
the schedule.
Sure.
So just look at
You
June
said,
the 3rd.
you said June,
3rd.
Oh,
June,
3rd.
June 3rd.
Okay.
June 3rd, on Saturday.
that's on, so how many, it'll be just one day?
It could be.
That's a, be quiet.
I
And it'll be
think,
both boards?
yeah, so when we talked about this previously, it was BIDA, the DDA, and the building authority. So all of our authorities. Because it's important that they have different roles, and it's important that we have conversations about that, how that helps us move forward as a city. So having a collective
And we gonna
conversation.
meet with all three in one day?
Mhm. The topics will be the same. I mean,
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All day?
I think probably we should plan for at least 8 hours.
Okay.
On a Saturday, kind of like we did the retreats in the past. I mean,
Okay.
those were like 2
That'll
days,
work.
but I think we start with one.
Okay, June 3rd, it is.
What's that?
Anything
yes,
else,
ma'am.
Councilmember
Well,
Shropshire? I had a couple comments as well. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Renee, you shouldn't beat yourself up too hard. What Macy was trying to explain, and I don't know, my background is banking. I was a business banker and the #1 SBA lender for Bank of America. What he's trying to say is the $3 million threshold is based upon the fees the bank charge. It's not their requirements. Anything under that becomes cost prohibitive. And I just wanted to make that point of clarification. It's not that they're trying to, this is the only way you can afford those things if you float in bonds above $3 million. That's what it is.
And to that point, Councilman, thank you so much for that. To that point, the other thing is that we have a set of small business incentives that are specifically designed for small businesses, and that is based on a minimum investment of $25,000. So we went through that process several years ago that this board approved, and I met with those on the board at the time individually for that approval. Now, we've not added to that, but we can certainly look at other things that we could add that will embellish the incentives that we offer, depending on the pleasure of the board and the council.
So thank you, Kristen, for being here tonight. Congratulations on being the new chair. We've been asking for a retreat with the authority since I was a council member. I'm in my 10th year of service. There have been challenges, I'll just call it out, with the attorney providing advice that doesn't promote collaboration with this council. I'm happy to see a desire from the board members to have that meeting because that's critically important. But we've been stalemated for quite some time. around having a long overdue retreat with our authorities and this council. The position that those are constitutional authorities, and nobody's trying to tell you all what to do, but we have to all be on the same page because we all represent East Point. And there can't be conflict. We need to be working together in tandem. That has been a huge hurdle. So again, thank you. As it relates to the small business incentives, I'm glad you mentioned that. There are other development authorities, though, that also provide other incentives for small businesses. I attended the recent Downtown Development Authority class. I attended it way back. So I went to a recent one. And the entity, Georgia Economic Development Commission, whomever did the class, I think is a good entity to reach out to about possibly being a facilitator at the retreat. The lawyer, Dan, I can't remember his last name. Dan McCray was very knowledgeable. Tyrone Rachel, who has worked with the county and the CAB and Fulton and other places around different financing strategies, because I do think there's some other strategies or tools that are out there that we may be able to avail ourselves to, and he has a wealth of knowledge about that. I know Mr. Rogers knows him from his experience in economic development. Like, we need to be this is an opportunity for all of us to understand what these authorities have the ability to do, make sure that they're working collaboratively and, not duplicating efforts of sorts, and having a plan holistically around like how we move our city forward and how we use, because all of these development authorities are development tools. So I'm appreciative of that. I'm also appreciative to know that you're looking at your policies. As the mayor of the city, I can sit on BIDA or appoint a designee. I sat for a couple months and decided to appoint someone. The policies are very frustrating. I get the $3 million makes from a bond deal perspective. It doesn't make sense, right? From a cost perspective, but to only require people to create 5 new jobs. Like it's like $3 million and 5 new jobs, and then we play Monopoly, right? The good faith and credit of this city is backing those deals, even though it's not directly, it's still connected to the city. And so we need to have that conversation in that retreat. So thank you, Councilmember Robertson, for bringing this forward. June 3rd, I hope we're all locking that in. Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you can have the city clerk send us all, or if you could send us all a calendar invite to hold it on our calendars.
Where are we gonna meet at?
Oh, yeah. That's a good question. Where is it gonna be? Maybe here at City Hall. Councilmember Cook said at the beach. Yes. So I've covered all of those. Anything else, Councilmember Robertson?
No, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to keep the conversation going and just let BIDA and economic development know that we need to seize the moment of 2023 and beyond. And I think we're here to work together collectively. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Number 11, 41.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you for your service. 41, Kristen. 4165, 4155 Ben Hill Road. Mr. Kings from Planning and Community Development.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kimberly Smith, our Planning and Community Development Director, will come forward and give an overview of item number 11.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. My name is Kimberly Smith, the Planning and Community Development Director. Just wanted to give you a brief update on the zoning application 4165 and 4155 Ben Hill Road. At this time, we are still working on some conditions. We're working on with the city management team and legal on a development agreement. as well. So at this time, there's nothing specific that we'll like to share as far as the status. And then I would like to defer to city manager for any additional details that he would like to provide.
Thank you, Kimberly. Yes, we are moving forward with the process, which is involving the permitting and the plan review. We did have a meeting today with members of the Microsoft team. And so I do want to commend them and thank them for their assistance in that regard. We are going to continue meeting because we do have areas to talk about as relates to the development agreement, areas for that. And we're going to be meeting together to talk about the aspects of conditioning a site. There are some items we do have to work through. However, I do want to mention that as relates to the reversion of that property, those two sites are no longer a issue at this point, given the fact that the Microsoft has agreed that that site shall serve as a buffer for those residents on the adjacent properties. So that site will become a buffer area, a green space of sorts. And so that'll be something that we'll be bringing back to you as well. I do also want to mention that there are certain aspects that relate to the building structure itself that will be bringing to you to be incorporated within the agreement, and then other aspects of that development agreement that will be coming back to you. Based on a timeline with Kimberly and her staff, we're looking at May the 8th as the work session. We feel that we're on time for that. We're trying to marry that up with what the development team is currently doing as far as the plan review is concerned. And then also with Microsoft and their team working together. I did want to recognize we do have with us today, we have Jonathan McKinley, who's our community engagement manager. We have Jonathan Noble, who is the senior director for state and local government affairs, and Aaron Ruffin, who are permitting program manager with Microsoft. They're here today in the audience from Microsoft. And I just want to commend them and their team for all their work and working together with us. And so we are meeting again next week, and we'll be keeping you up to date. But we feel that May the 8th, we're looking at that as a target date to come back to the work session on this particular item, and then now have those components together for your review. That's our goal. Mayor and Council.
Thank you for the update. When you say it's no longer an issue, what do you mean by that?
In terms of the substation, I know initially we were concerned about the substation being there, but that's been pivoted off of that location. And so with that area can become a green space of sorts. So from that regard, having discussed that with Microsoft, that's where I'm saying it's not an issue. We've all agreed that now that that's been relocated based on the proposed site plan, it's more so going to be a green space that could be of a much more softer transition to the adjacent property, which is going to have the uses that they're proposing. So no longer is that going to be, we may even be a park area, but that's something we're going to talk about with Microsoft. There's also some other additional buffering they're going to be doing to adjacent properties. We talked about that. And so there are other aspects of it as well that we're going to come together on when we put together the conditions that deal with that site, and also for the development agreement areas that we've discussed. And just hammer those out. So we're kind of working through that right now, but it's all working in unison with the plan review team, who's already reviewing everything. And I want to commend the plan review team, all their efforts, Kimberly and her team, and then also Microsoft as well.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, we are close friends because we're fraternity brothers. But I was slipped a note that says that tonight I have to play devil's advocate, my other job. And my point here is, we're going to ever fixate on a particular objective as to when we bear this item, or is it to everyone's advantage just to keep it open until one day we decide, okay, let's either make lemonade or ice cream out of this. I mean, we can keep it like this and have it on the agenda every month until I'm too old to read it on the agenda. Won't be that long? Okay. It could happen on 121st.
Well,
but what do you think?
No, I think we're getting there. The light is coming at the end of the tunnel, because Microsoft just put in the permitting application Friday themselves for the permitting side. So, and then plan review has gone forth. So it actually is moving forward. And so we just had to set some times up to go for the next phase, which is discussing certain aspects. There's certain parts of that agreement that we want to kind of hammer out with them and with the conditions on the site. And so Kim and her staff are actually looking at that right now. And so we've had some initial discussions. We had another meeting today. We have another on the 19th. So we both agree that's our goal. We want to get you the lemonade and all that stuff. Hopefully before that, and at least that's the goal. So I think it's pretty good, and I have to give Kim and her team credit because they have been working forward to it, and so we're kind of trying to marry that up. And so the goal is that now, granted, when we start putting the development agreement together, we'll be our attorney to the table. I'm gonna have our city attorney there to work on that. They're gonna have to have their legal team look at it. So we're trying to move expeditiously to marry that up. So that's the goal we have starting our next meeting next week. They're in town, so I know Aaron and both Jonathan are in town today. They're in for maybe a day or two more. I know Jonathan has to leave tomorrow, but the goal is to try to maximize their time here and then our time through our virtual meetings to kind of get all that hammered out, because we want you to see that light coming. We got it coming. It's coming.
All right, if I translate what you just told me, if it never shows up on a work session agenda, I'm not supposed to interpret that as any real meaning. That it's only going to be over when you say it's over.
And also I got to bring back whatever comes in that development agreement for your review and approval too. So I have to have that come before you along with the conditions as well. So once the attorney vets that and their attorney reviews it and vets that, then it comes back to you. So that's our team goal.
All right. Director, did I say that the way you wanted me to? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. May 8th work session. Okay. Number 30, 1065 Cleveland Avenue, I believe is the address.
Yes. This item number 30 is the City of East Point, well, one of the City of East Point's Chick-fil-A's on East Cleveland Avenue. Everyone should be familiar with it. I just had lunch there this afternoon, so I'm very familiar with the site. What we have before us is an application that has multiple addresses that are associated with it. And with those addresses, it's the main address. That's not the main. Let's get the main address up. We may have to multitask through our slides, but the main address is 1065 Cleveland Avenue, and it's known under case number 2022 V-001-10, and that's the variance application that's associated, and then the rezoning is for 2023 RZ00401, and it is for a rezoning and a variance. The applicant is Hill Foley Rossi LLC, Casey Durden, and the property is currently zoned C1 and M1. It has a split zoning. So the applicant's request, they're seeking a variance for an expansion of their Chick-fil-A to include relief of parking configuration in the rear and the side. And the applicant's also seeking concurrent variances for their setbacks of the right-of-way, as well as the buffering that is supposed to happen when commercial is adjacent to residential. Chick-fil-A is proposing to redevelop their site and reconfigure their building. They're adding about 600 square feet to the building, and they're going to reconfigure their parking. The total space should be approximately 3,686 square feet. They're reconfiguring their drive-through parking areas and infrastructures. Because the property currently has a split zoning, the intent is for it to have one zoning, which is C1, which is the permitted use for the restaurant. This is the zoning map. Next slide. The future land use. And obviously for this case, staff is recommending approval. Planning Commission also recommended approval to enhance their landscaping as one of the conditions that was provided, as well as a lot combination. I'll explain a little bit more about the lot combination requirement and the next associated addresses. The next address, which is also associated with this property and with this case, is a property located at 1081 East Cleveland Avenue. This property is currently zoned medical institutional. In order for this reconfiguration of this particular site to work along with the drive-through plan, as well as expanding the site and the parking, they are acquiring a portion of this site. And with that, with the portion that they're seeking to acquire, they would need to have it rezoned from MI to C1, which is the commercial, neighborhood commercial zoning. The second associated address is 2684 Jewel Street, and this is known as case number 2022 RZ-002-10. This property is currently zoned R1A, which is our urban residential zoning district. The applicant is seeking to acquire a portion, the rear portion of this site, to add on to the square footage of the existing property. So to explain the lot combination, the fact that they're looking to acquire pieces and portions of existing properties, at the end of the day, if this is approved, the intent is for it to be one zoning, one property and one zoning. So we are to have the lot combination as a requirement. So in the end, it'll be just one C1 zone property, and it will have enough space for them to do their proposed expansion. And that is the end of our report. And I'll take any questions. And Chick-fil-A is here as well to take any questions.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember,
I also asked the zoning attorney to appear. Attorney Wiggins is here in case you had any questions.
okay, perfect. Welcome, Attorney Wiggins. Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since this site is one of my favorite places to be at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, one of my questions is whether or not, I can only speculate, but there's a lot of this designed to improve the entrance to that site as you're heading east on Cleveland Avenue. I see some heads bobbing out there in the audience, like maybe, yes, I'm on the right track. And then maybe make it a little safer for exiting the same property, especially as you pass through the pickup window.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Smith, is this for your approval? Are you approving this plan?
Staff recommended approval with the conditions along, the Planning Commission also recommended approval with the conditions.
And can you give me some of the conditions that you are asking for in this? Oh, right here in front of me.
The two conditions mainly is that the lots, once the property is acquired and rezoned to the proper rezoning, that they all be combined into the one zoning. And the other one is dealing with the landscaping, that they provide an enhanced landscape design. I mean, pretty much Chick-fil-A has a pretty good landscaping, but we're asking for it to be accommodating to the overlay district. It's located in the Cleveland overlay district, so there may be a few more enhanced items that they need to do, and we're just making sure that that's
And that's
included.
exactly what I was talking about. I understood the combined process, but I didn't get a clear picture of what the layout would look like and what are you asking for in the conditions. Because it is in a residential, and that's my district. I just want Chick-fil-A to know that. But the houses that sit on top of the hill are the ones that they're taking, right?
Mhm.
And, okay, so the houses they're sitting on that are like where the retaining wall is, they're wanting to expand that. Or is it behind the dumpster area? They want to go back behind, like toward Jewel Street in the back. Does that make sense? We got the plasma center on your right. Right, you have the plasma center on your right, but we're talking about the properties that are where is this located where the retaining wall is?
The
Is it-
retaining wall is right, if you could see the cursor, that's where the retaining wall
That's the
is
retaining
located.
wall right there, correct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, because that's what I thought. And then the properties are right beyond the retaining wall. They're going to move all that back and bring all that down. Is that correct?
That's correct. And they actually have a pretty good presentation. And if we allow them to come and provide that, then you may understand.
That may not be necessary.
Okay,
That may not be. The reason why I'm asking that is because there are other houses on the other side of that. And I'm asking, what are the conditions, what are the buffers for they're not necessarily houses. There's a dental office and some other stuff, other businesses on the other side of it that look like houses. I'm asking how we're going to protect because I'm familiar with Chick-fil-A. They have one of the greatest plans. They love the neighborhood. They keep it right. We love them. They love us. I get that. So what I'm asking is, like the houses or maybe I should be saying the businesses that are adjacent beyond the properties that they're taking, which is a really good thing because they do need to expand parking right now. Look like everybody want to jump on each other after 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a major problem. If a police car ain't out there, we're going to jump the line and we're going to go around the other way that we're not supposed to be going. So this is absolutely awesome for the community.
Professor.
Yes. And so, and then you want to get out and say, that wasn't me. Anyway, so, but I just want to know, because there's no layout like what this would look like on the other side pertaining to the other businesses that are located. We're excited for them to come. They do good work, but we just want to make sure that we also maintain that other side without inhibiting, traffic flow going into other people's businesses, and then also creating a cool buffer. I understand he's only going to take part of that property and create a space there, but they're also doing a dwelling on that as well. And so that layout will be something good for us to see, at least by Monday, so that we can see what that will really look like. We're gonna make changes, and I'm happy for the change. Cleveland Avenue need a change. But we're excited to see that. But I kind of want to see what does that look like in the conference, in surrounding areas next to the other housing, businesses that are located adjacent to them. Directly, the driveway, what does that look like?
And so I know Councilmember Renee said it might not need it. I appreciate all of you for being here and your patience.
Yes.
You've been extremely patient. Maybe it's a part of the Chick-fil-A way. But if you like to come up and because I think you might have some different images that will provide answers to her question. And so Councilmember Renee, I think that might be helpful. If you remember. Okay. Just press that button right there on the mic at the bottom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is David Kirk. I'm a partner with the law firm of Troutman Pepper Hamilton Sanders, as my colleague Jenna Lee with Troutman Pepper. We have Mr. Al Richard, who I'm sure most, if not all of you know, and if you don't, you should. And also Rex Powell from Chick-fil-A, and then Mr. Durden, who's our engineer and helped with the application as well. We're here to seek your help and approval for the efforts to redevelop this existing Chick-fil-A, which has been there since 1997. Al has been the operator since 2017. He employs about 68 team members. Obviously, from your comments, you know he's engaged in the community. If we can go to the next one, Jenna. I'll go through this as quickly as I can, but I do want to get you a full picture of what we're trying to do. Why we're here tonight is the existing site, as you've already commented, has some inefficiencies. It's very constrained. There's high demand. There's only a single drive-through lane that has limited stacking capacity, and it backs up into the parking lot, which constrains the parking capacity of the site as well. So that's sort of one issue of inefficiency. The other one is the restaurant was built in 1997. It really has sort of the older design of the kitchen, and the kitchen is not as efficiently laid out. Mr. Richard and his team do a great job, but they're constrained by both the site, both the inside and the outside of the store. So we're trying to address those inefficiencies, both on the inside of the store and the outside of the store, to better serve our guests, to better provide better environment for his team members, and to better serve the community by building a new restaurant on this site and improving the site. Next one. Oh, you got it. Excellent. She can read my mind. So as Ms. Smith said, we're expanding to include a portion of the site that Chick-fil-A already uses, but is zoned at a different zoning classification. It's zoned MI, medical institutional. That's the back side. And I'm actually going to show you a diagram in just a second on that. A portion of the site that's directly next to it, that's currently zoned MI, that we want to rezone, and then the back portion of 2684 Jewel Street. And importantly, because that's zoned R1A, we are leaving enough property that it will be a conforming lot under the R1A, which requires, I think, 7,500 square feet, and we're slightly over that. That will remain, so that will not have any sort of issues with nonconformity. The restaurant will be larger, not by too much, but it will be larger. It'll have about the same number of seats indoors. It'll have outdoor seats, a few more parking spaces, but importantly, it's going to have the double drive-through and a bypass lane. So if somebody orders 5 peach milkshakes, they're not going to hold up the line while Al and his team are making those milkshakes. They'll be able to move folks around, bring food out a lot more efficiently. So you see on this site, this is the new proposed layout. The existing site, or the existing location of the building, can sort of barely see. If you see where that 7 is, sort of just above the new store, there's a dotted line, and that's the layout of the existing store. So we're rotating it 90 degrees so it better faces Cleveland Avenue, presents a nice facade to Cleveland Avenue. The back portion of the site that's outlined primarily in blue is the portion of existing 1065 Cleveland that has been used for the Chick-fil-A since 1997, but is not zoned the same as the main part of the site. So we're asking to rezone that portion. The green square is the back portion of that property that's owned by Bell's or Beal's Tools, and that will become part of the site and would be rezoned. And then the yellow is a portion of the Teens at Work property to the immediate west, and that too we're seeking to rezone. Some important points about this layout is, if you look particularly really in the area that's outlined in yellow, that's the double drive-through. It's got the bypass lane, so if someone gets in that line and decides, I want to go inside and eat, they can come around, they can park and get their meal inside. So it's a lot more efficient in terms of not just serving the customer, but it has a lot of stacking space, and that will avoid the problem that you all are familiar with of people backing up the line all the way around the building, quite frankly, at times. Better circulation, safer in terms of entry and exit off of Cleveland Avenue, a pedestrian connection from the sidewalk rather than through the driveways as you have now. So really improves the overall site. Safer, more efficient traffic flow, some additional parking on site for the team members and the customers, which will reduce the demand for on-street parking, enhanced landscaping, I'll show you that in a minute, and then that defined, accessibility from the restaurant to the sidewalk. Ms. Smith went over the zoning request, so I won't spend much time on that, but it's basically 3 rezonings, and with one of those rezoning, there are 3 concurrent variances that will allow us to design the site in the way that you've seen. If you can go to, so the variance requests are to have the building a little further back than the overlay district currently requires, and that will allow for the safe circulation in front of the building and the parking in front of the building. The parking layout, similar to, I believe, the Chase Bank that is under construction, that will have some parking in front, and then a small reduction in the residential buffer on a small portion of the back. If we could go to the next. This is what the building will look like. The lower elevation is the one that faces Cleveland Avenue. The upper elevation is to the interior of the site. The one on the upper left is the drive-through side. And you see what's interesting there is it's a door. It's not just a window. So that will allow team members to actually physically come out, take the meal, deliver the meals, and get folks on their way. A lot more efficient design. And then the other elevation. Ms. Renee, you asked about the landscape plan, and here it is. It's much more robust than what's there now. We're absolutely happy to get with staff and figure out where we can fit more in. The area I think that you talked about is the upper left area. That is the area where we're asking for the variance, but we are more than willing to put even more landscaping in there to provide that buffer that you would like to see. I think the only issue we would have with enhancing the landscaping would come on the Cleveland Avenue side, where we don't want to impede sight distances. We don't want people to come out and be blocked by shrubs or trees or something and not be able to see oncoming cars or pedestrians. So this has been thoroughly reviewed by the staff. We actually went through 2 cycles with the Planning Commission to talk about the project and to be very clear about what we're hoping to do and asking to do. So we're here this evening to sort of set the stage to ask you next week to accept the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation and approve these requests with the conditions that the staff has noted. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. I know your patience is amazing this evening as well, but we're happy to answer any questions. And again, we have the whole team here.
Thank you so much. I do think that helped provide some additional context to the questions and being able to see images. So thank you again for sharing. Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Real quick footnote, in the 90s when Bill Campbell was the mayor, he sent a delegation to South Africa, Dan Cathy, and I sat right next to him as he was trying to look at opportunities in South Africa. Ever since then, I've been eating more chicken. But as it relates to a reference to a shiny beacon star that you have, Mr. Al does it right. He represents Chick-fil-A in the highest level of excellence in an outdated facility. So
Absolutely.
we realize that, because I drive around like most people, we're in other areas and we see Chick-fil-A and it's like, wow, look at this Chick-fil-A. And then we come on Cleveland and we say, there's our Chick-fil-A, but looks like it's an 8-track tape. It's still stuck in time. So I welcome this opportunity to build Chick-fil-A up so it can have the capacity to handle the regional residents that you have, because you get people from all over to have that Chick-fil-A, some of that phenomenal food and great service. So I wanted to highlight Mr. Al because he does it right. I work with a lot of Chick-fil-A's, the one that Quincy does down at Martin Luther King Street.
Mm-hmm.
They have some challenges in that community, and it's a little different, but Al is totally a statesman. And I think this opportunity for us to approve this is something that I will support. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Renee, then Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you so much, and I am excited about this project as well, and it's something I'm supporting. I just got one question: will it be a dwarf door?
Will there
Come on
be
now. The dwarf.
a dwarf door? I think
You
you
know
said,
what
will there
I'm
be a
talking about.
north
I know
door?
you know what I'm talking about.
We only have those in dwarf houses.
Right.
So maybe when East Point gets its first dwarf house.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So, okay, that was cute. Okay, all right. So that's cool.
You can go
Thank-
to, do we have one in Hapeville?
Yes, you do. You
We have a
one in
dwarf door in
Hapeville.
Hapeville.
And some of the kids are so excited to go through the doors. They
Understood.
really like it. Okay, I yield.
And Madam Mayor, if I can just add for the record, this is Al's business. It's not, he's not a Chick-fil-A employee. This is his business. We were talking earlier about small businesses in the city. He's a small businessman who has partnered with obviously a large corporation, a large company to provide this service. So this is his business and his employees that we're talking about making life better for. But he's fortunate enough to partner with Chick-fil-A, who helps with that process.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, when the build-out process, how long does that process take?
You have now gone beyond my expertise, so I'm going to have to
Okay.
ask either Rex.
Good afternoon, Rex Powell with Chick-fil-A. Thanks for the question. So typically we're running about 23 weeks right now on the construction of these projects. And so I would expect it to go anywhere from 20 weeks if we get really lucky. And then if we run into a lot of rain, we might run into maybe 26 weeks, but be thinking 23 weeks on that.
Okay, thank you.
And as staff mentioned, one of the things we have to do should this body see to fit to approve the rezoning and grant the variances, we have to replat that property so that instead of 1, 2, 3, 4 parcels, we have one parcel, and then obviously the Jewel Street property and the 1081 need to be replatted as well, and we're gonna work on that as well. So that process has to happen as well as just the land disturbance permit, building permit process. But I feel confident that staff will work diligently to move that through.
Yeah, they got that Olive Garden up real fast. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Let me ask, will the store be closed while you're?
It has to be, because we're going to demolish the existing store and build a brand new one.
Okay. So when does it supposed to start?
Well, again, it depends on you all and what you do next week. And then it sort of ball falls to us to get the replat submitted and the permitting submitted to staff.
Okay.
And then after that, as Rex said, it would be anywhere from 20 to 26 weeks, just depending upon weather and
So do
when
you
we
have
get
an
started.
estimated close date? Oh, December.
Probably December if we're lucky.
Okay.
Is it-
So let me say thank you to Al, who has been a great community partnership. I don't know if anybody know, but Chick-fil-A sponsors the volunteer food for the Wednesday wind down. And Chick-fil-A also has their own spot where they come and sell their chicken biscuits and stuff, sell the chicken sandwich. So I want to say thank you for being a great community partner. Thank you.
It sounds like I probably won't get the vote on this one, but I will say that Mr. Richards has been a partner not only to our events, but to our efforts, our outreach efforts. When we were collecting items for flood victims in different states, and just anytime we need to be able to help ensure that people, when we were doing testing, COVID-19 testing, he partnered with us. I mean, like really takes partnership to another level. I think he sees it as his ministry. I know he sees it as ministry. And I appreciate the level of authentic partnership as well. And always been there. And the great thing is that you're hearing that from multiple people who sit up here because they're always willing to help. I appreciate the desire to expand and invest. This is an investment in East Point, an additional investment in our city. And I appreciate the willingness to do that and acknowledging the fertile soil that we have here to be able to continue to have a thriving location. I haven't seen any Chick-fil-A in the country that doesn't have a line, double lines. My daughter plays softball and she loves the macaroni and cheese. And if we go there in between games, it's like everybody goes there. I'm not sure what it is that makes it so addictive. But they're, and I think a part of it is a service. I also want to thank Mr. Richards for partnering with, we connected him with Grants World around youth employment and helping train you to be ready to be able to work in those jobs to help deal with the challenges that Chick-fil-A and other, I'm sure, companies are having with high turnover because our youth may not have the job skills to be able to work on those jobs. And Grants World is an amazing partner and resource in downtown East Point that chose us. And she provides free youth employment services, resume building, interview skills, the Crocs or the non-slip resistant shoes, MARTA cars. I mean, just out of her passion because she lost her son to gun violence. And she sees youth employment as a strategy to address gun violence. And so that, I believe, has been a meaningful partnership as well. And so this will go on the agenda because we have to have a public hearing. I do again thank you all for being patient. Looking at the time, I call myself moving things up on the agenda, but maybe I need to move these before presentations when we have other external partners, and then the rest of us can stay here. But thank you for your patience tonight. Thank you, Mr. Richards, for being a great exemplar of a good corporate citizen in our city. We greatly appreciate you, and thank you for providing clarity around the questions. I think that was helpful. The public hearings are at the top of our agenda on Monday after presentations, so you shouldn't be here as long. I'm not sure what presentations we have though, but I can tell you they come before public comments. And so you might not be here as long as it relates to that, but thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
I don't see anyone else. Have a great evening. Madam Deputy City Clerk, agenda. All right. We can now go back to 7, and thank you, Interim City Attorney, for the draft ordinance. I put this on some time ago. And we've just had other priority. Matt, you need something else?
We're going to talk about the bond requirement.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have one more item.
Okay. I see y'all trying to get out of here tonight, huh? You like, I'm going to try the strategy the chief and the fire chief and the police chief used.
We love it here.
Okay, go ahead with number 29.
Item number 29 is actually a city-initiated, it's not a rezoning, it's a text amendment, and we are really excited about this text amendment that we're presenting to you this evening because it's a part of our strategy to improve our permitting process. And what it is, it's known under case number 2023 TA-001-02. And of course, we are the applicant, City of East Point, and it is an ordinance to amend Part 10, zoning and development, Chapter 3, building regulations, Article A, building code to repeal the bond requirement. And this is including, but not limited to, Section 10-3004, registration and corrections of code violations, and Section 10-3004.1, code compliance bond, with the exceptions, and then Section 10-3005 under the penalties. What this does is it is one of the lowest hanging fruits that we can pull from to provide immediate relief to any applicant that pulls a permit in the city of East Point. Right now on the books, it requires for anyone pulling a permit to provide a bond of either $10,000 or $25,000, depending on their trade. And this is on the front end of the permitting process. We already on surrounding communities in the Metro Atlanta area, and this requirement has not been found in any of the other code of ordinances or building codes in any of those jurisdictions. So this is what we see as one of the lowest hanging fruits that will provide relief to anyone pulling a permit, whether it's a homeowner or a plumber or electrician. And so we're just really excited to present this to you all for your review, consideration, and approval. And Planning Commission recommended approval as well.
Thank you for, I see Mr. King's light on. I'll turn it over to him. I like to hear addressing our permitting issue. So, Mr. King.
Madam Mayor, I've just conferred with my city attorney. I may need to hold this item for some discussions with Kimberly on it. So I know it's been advertised for a public hearing. So I'm not sure what that would mean going forward, but that's something we're just conferring on this particular item. Is it possible we could hold this just for some discussion?
Well, since it's been advertised for public hearing, we're gonna have to have the public hearing on Monday. Now, whether we act then or later, that's something different, but we're gonna have to have the public hearing since it's already been advertised. And then whatever, I mean, we're not required to act then, but that's what we've done previously with different things. Even if it's being withdrawn, we just have it, and then, because we can't let the public know that we're not having it at this point. Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to say this. One of the reasons why we had these bonds in place is that contractors could not take advantage of homeowners. And the problem is that you have so many people ripping off, especially the homeowners, older people. It doesn't matter who they are, because I can get ripped off. And I've gotten ripped off by contractors that came in and do a job. You pay them so much money down up front, and they run off with your money, and you can't get anything. But all you guys are blank people a contract, but he's insolvent. There's nothing to hold him to. The process, nothing. And my major concern with this is, in the event if a tornado comes through, a flood or something like that, and we get all these contractors that come in, what are we going to have in place for contractors if we take the bond away? Now, and this is what does with the bond. If a contractor's come in and they scam a homeowner, we can always attack the bond for the residents. This bonding is really a good thing to have. I'm not, some things other cities don't do is okay, but this one really does protect the homeowners in a lot of ways. If you got a roof repair and they walk off with the money, you can attack his bond. And what happens is, if you go after that bond, one thing is, he's gonna pay up, he's gonna do his job, or that bonding company is gonna pay up, and he would never be able to get another job anywhere else. And so that's a good security for the residents. And maybe we need to explain that to the residents, why that bond is so important for their contractors to have. Because we get a lot of people getting ripped off. I mean, it's a real good solid piece. And if you take that away from them, you know, they don't have any recourse, and we can't help them. I yield, Madam Mayor. And thank you. I just want you to process that a little bit to see, you know, like, to keep some mechanism in place. I yield, Madam Mayor.
So I think one of the questions I have, and I don't see, I'm not looking at the text right now, but does this distinguish between if I'm a homeowner and I pull my own permit? Like, I think there's a process where homeowners can do their work. Is there a bond requirement for that? And then, because I think this is an issue that has been raised several times, and I don't know if it's the amount of the bond, having the bond, the types of projects that we require it on, right? I'm not sure of the nuances to it, but I have heard that the bond requirement is a challenge. And I'm not sure what type of challenge and how we might be able to resolve that and still protect homeowners. Yeah.
So the bond requirement is required for anyone who pulls the permit. There is a bond requirement waiver that the property owner signs off on in the event that their plumber or they don't want to pull one. So you could do a bond waiver requirement and you'll have to sign off on it. It has to be notarized and all of that. So that's what we currently have in place. A lot of times the contract is between whoever's doing the work and the property owner. That would be between them. What this requirement does is it kind of gets in between what the property owner is signing off on based on the contract that they have between the contractor. So as you stated, it is an additional layer of protection. However, I would like to say I've been here for about 5 years. We have seen no one take advantage of the bond requirement of having it, but that may be because it's in place. I don't know, but it is a huge, huge issue on the front end of all permits. It's one of the #1 complaints that we've been getting, to have either a property owner sign off on a bond waiver after they've already submitted all their documents. It's just something that, it's just not done. So, I mean, it would be up to you all to make that determination, whether you wanted to have an additional layer of protection for the citizens, because they're required to have insurance regardless through the certification process for the state.
Councilmember Bailey, and I'll go back to Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does having a bond, does that follow industry standards? This requirement that East Point has?
It does not.
Thank you.
When you say it does not, meaning other cities don't require a bond?
They do not have an additional bond requirement. It's not, that's correct. They do not require it. The state, if someone gets certified to be a plumber or electrician, they are mandated to have insurance. So that's what covers them. That's what covers their work. Correct. In addition to their state mandated required insurance on their work.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman Bailey.
Go, you back in. I'm back in, okay. And I guess as far as industry standards, other cities, and maybe even across the state, other states, perhaps they don't follow this. And I think that the feedback we are getting is that it's a lot of barriers because we have things in place that do not follow industry standards. And that's really a negative to contractors. So that's why I guess constantly asking, does it follow industry standards? If we could do that, I think that it would be a lot better in terms of the efficiency of the permitting process.
Councilmember Renee.
I kind of think we have the planning and zoning attorney here, or maybe even the city attorney, who can address this issue, because industry standard says that all licensed plumber, HVAC, all of those trades have to have a bond. That's industry standard. So, but this is what I'm saying. If it is a hang up for the residents, include it in the package up front. So if they want to waive it, they can waive it. But the fact is, it seems like they come back and it's, oh, one more thing. That's the holdup. But if they want to waive it, give it to them in a package up front, waive the bond. If you don't want your contractor to have the bond, I don't see a problem with that. The problem is that we hold up the whole process because we haven't given them the paperwork to move forward. And a lot of times they waive that bond because they're trying to get the work done. So they're frustrated at the permitting process because you're saying that they hold up by the bond. That's not true. If you're saying 99% of them waive it, they're waiving it because it took so long for them to get it. It's like, when do you issue that piece of paper to them down the line? That's the problem.
It's in the package.
No. The problem is they don't get it. But I like for the planning and zoning attorney or even the city attorney to address it. Maybe they can address this because there's a little confusion on my part. I don't really understand this one.
I would allow the planning and zoning attorney to certainly give her comments. The intent of I thought the legislative intent for that bond was to provide protection for the property owner. I know I have even asked in some instances from the solicitor side that, because we have a number of people that come, I've even called Miss Elias when she was sitting in that seat and talked with her about people that were before the court who found themselves where they were property owners and work had been started, and then their contractors ran off to apply against the bond. And Miss Elias walked us through that process from the court side, and they were able to get something from it so that they could finish the project, even if they did it under the auspices of being an owner. I agree, and I think our planning and zoning attorney is going to state, she's right, it does make the city an interested party. But I think when you weigh the two, the protection of your people is probably more so important to the city than the city having some potential interest from a legal standpoint as relates to it. And I certainly believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the owner of the property has the authority to immediately waive that requirement just by signature. That's my read of it. I know that we've involved this from the court level, because I've had conversations with Ms. Elias about it when she was sitting in that seat. Not so much with Ms. Smith in her current role as the planning director. And I would just ask that Ms. Wiggins provide some comment.
I have a question.
So I saw Councilmember Cummings. You still have a question? All right. And then Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Shropshire, you want to answer your question, ask your question before the attorney speaks?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
When somebody is doing business, isn't it a requirement that they have to be bonded and insured? So then if they have to be bonded and insured, then the city is also requiring them to be bonded. But they already bonded. So why is the city requiring them to be bonded when they're already bonded and insured?
So I'm gonna ask Attorney Wiggins to come up as the interim city attorney has indicated that she can, because I know Attorney Wiggins represents other cities, and so my question is, and I think the question of others is, if that is a state requirement and there's already insurance in place that they're required to have their state license, are there other cities that also require? It's not the industry standard. Like industry regulations don't require cities to have make a requirement for additional bonding. So I think we're all clear on that. My question is, do other cities do it? Like, we get a lot of complaints about additional hurdles in our city. And I think the protection of residents absolutely is paramount. But if there's already insurance in place that will do that, do other cities do it? Is this common practice in municipalities that you know of as a planning and zoning attorney? And how does this differ from what insurance they already have?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening to all of you. So everything that everyone has said tonight is correct. It is an additional level on top of what's required by the state. Second thing is that, no, it's not the industry standard. The cities that I work with, I also work with one county that is not required in their jurisdictions. And then lastly, this is really a preference, right? This is really a policy decision that you guys will have to make on whether or not you want to have something on top of what's already required by state law. You understand that this is not talking about the bonds that you guys have to require for any city projects, right? This is a homeowner, their home, seeking to, maybe the recent issue we had was a guy was wanting to put in a pool, right? And so his pool man had to come to the city to get this second level, this additional level of bonding from the city, provided that the pool wasn't done right, blah, blah, blah. So it's not any money the city recoups should the work not be done right. It is exactly what everyone has already said. It's an additional protection for the homeowner. And so it places the city really kind of in the middle of usually what is usually a civil issue between the homeowner and their contractor. And so again, a policy decision, a preference that this city may decide to keep if it so desires, or get rid of it to address the concerns, complaints that Ms. Smith's office is getting about this additional level that's not seen in other places.
Councilmember Cummings, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question is this: I know you made the example with the pool. So if I have a pool installed, my pool guy, I'm requiring, he should be licensed and insured.
That's right.
Licensed, bonded and insured, licensed and bonded. So let's just say there's some sort of mishap, there's an issue with the pool. So, and I file and I sue him. I can go against whatever his insurance or the bonding that he has, correct?
That's correct.
So that takes care of that. So what does the additional, the additional bonding, I mean, that bond, the one that we're talking about now, what is that gonna do as opposed to what he's already had that's in place? So how does that?
So it's my understanding the way it works with the current law is that once the project is complete, I do believe that contractor can apply for his bonding money back. And the city would return it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Smith. And if there is an issue, then there's a process, and I pulled up the code while everyone was speaking. I haven't gotten to the portion about what the process is when there is an issue with that homeowner's pool and they want to go against this additional bond. I'm sure there is a process. I just can't intelligently tell you what it is without reading the code for some details on what the steps they would take. Do they go to Ms. Smith's office, and help me out if you know Ms. Smith, to get, does the homeowner go to the city to get the bond acted on, right? And obviously you would think there would need to be some due process, right? The homeowner would need to be able to show this was wrong, before any monies could be released to cover their damages. So my short answer is, I'm sure there's a process. I don't know what it is. But if there is no problem, right, and there are no damages, the contractor would get their bond back.
So they get the bond back, but it's still, if there was an issue or something and I wanted, and there was some damages or whatever, I could go against what it initially had, which is what was required from the very beginning. Correct?
That's correct. But you would do that in Fulton County Magistrate Court or State Court. It wouldn't involve the city of East Point.
Okay. All right. I yield.
When you say the city issue, we're issuing bonds? Or we have a
require the bond. We require the bond.
they have to go back to the same company that they already have insurance and bond with and get a whole new policy for East Point and pay for that policy.
That's right, and show us proof of such, right?
And it's basically duplicate coverage, right?
Additional coverage on top of what they already are required to have from the state.
Which is duplicate if it's the same policy, it's just additional monies, right?
That a homeowner could go against for any damages.
Okay.
But the homeowners could tax their original bond that they had anyway, is that correct?
No. Answer that. Can you
The additional insurance that they're required to have by the state, the homeowner can go against that policy.
The original policy.
The state required, like if it's and remember, we assuming they're licensed and and insured and all of that, right? That's the assumption we're making. Because if you just call Joe Blow to come fix something, they may not have that. That's at your own peril. But yes, if they are properly licensed and bonded per state requirements, right? Then the homeowner could seek civil remedies through that process.
Can we require them to provide a copy of that bond?
We do require that.
Okay.
They have to. They have to.
Okay.
And then we tell them go get another one.
Then we tell them go get another one. Okay, you got that one. Go get another one.
Right.
Does the new bond list the city as an insured or something like?
They do. I do.
I don't think.
They do not.
I don't think so. I don't think we get involved.
So like if the new bond doesn't list the city as an addition, as a new insured, like it's a policy that they already have, and say I got $50,000 of coverage. So I'm already at the 25,000. Then I still have to go get a new $25,000 coverage, which means now I have 75,000, but our ordinance only requires 25,000.
Well, it's either 10
Or whatever. I'm sorry,
or
the
25.
10 or 25. So I got a $35,000 policy. I can cover the 10 and the 25. But I still have to go get a new policy on top of my 35,000. That's gonna either require me to I then have 45,000 or 60,000 if my math is right. 35 plus 20.
That's right. Your math is right.
Okay.
And the bond, it says that it shall be a code compliance bond in favor of the city. So that's why when you ask the question about them listing the city as insured, I would say yes, because it needs to
I mean,
be.
there would be no reason to get another policy
if the city's not listed.
Correct. And so, I see the city attorney in and then Councilmember Cook. I guess my question is, from an enforcement perspective, if they have another bond and the city's insured, does that mean we're collecting the money, then giving the money to the resident, or like, how does that work?
I don't believe that that's the case, Madam Mayor. The concern here is, first, you operate with the premise of whether or not the people who you've hired are bonded and insured. All right. The state law under OCGA 4341-6 requires that all residential and general contractors operating in the state obtain a license with the BRGC, all right, which is the Georgia Board of Residential and General Contractors. It also requires that in order to provide financial security for the enforcement of the license law, that the contractors must purchase and maintain a $25,000 residential and general contractor surety bond to be eligible for licensure. Once that bond is in place, my understanding of our requirements is that you provide proof of it, not that you provide an additional amount. I didn't think our local ordinance required an additional bond. I thought it required, if you had to either have proof of the current bond that you have. I didn't think it required an additional amount. I would have to.
Can we pull 10-3004 up on the screen?
All right, this take it up. Madam Mayor, I want to make a suggestion.
Put this on the agenda, keep moving.
And tell them to come back with a live situation.
She just gave us.
No. You want something so simple that any citizen can read it.
The pool.
Madam Mayor,
You said live situation. Yes, attorney.
so 103004 says it shall be the duty of every general contractor obtaining a permit for construction to give good and sufficient bond in the amount of $25,000 to be approved by the chief building official, conditioned to conform to the building regulations provided in this chapter and other ordinances of laws of the applicable governing body in reference to buildings, which references itself back to the original code. That doesn't require an additional bond amount.
Can you press your mic, Attorney Williams?
Sorry. I think it does require the 25,000 in addition to what the state law requires.
Scroll down. Keep going.
I'm still reading in
Right,
B.
If you look at section B, under there, it talks about licensed plumbers, contractors, or licensed HVAC contractors, and it talks about 431412,
What you just read from.
which is the bond section. So it references back to the same bond section that has the exact same duplicative language as it relates to the $25,000 bond. So it doesn't say anything additional. As long as you have the bond in place, it doesn't say you have to get a new one. It just says you need to show proof of the bond.
And then what's reconcile that with E? That it needs to be in favor of the city ensuring that all construction.
Right.
So
And I think what has to happen in that instance is that whenever you have an event, for example, whenever you have a bond or insurance and you go, let's say that you have an event, you have to add the city as an insured or interested party as a God, I forget the term I'm looking for. Come on, insurance people.
Additional insured.
Additional insured. Thank you.
Real
Madam
estate
Mayor.
attorney. I'm not an insurance person, but I did real estate law.
Additional insured under that policy. And that, I thought that happened pretty commonplace, but I just never read this to require that it asked for something duplicative that was already in existence. It just didn't read that way to me.
So let me turn to the deputy city manager, who's a former planning and zoning director. because you mentioned earlier that this has been helpful, and we felt that it was, has it been the practice to require an additional policy? I know I've heard challenges with bonding and the bonding. I'm not gonna say that I recall specifically what those issues were. I just know in all of the concerns that are raised about planning and permitting and planning and zoning, that the bonding issue is an issue. Mr. King, you mind if I ask the deputy city manager?
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
Okay, Ms. Elias.
Okay, yes. I think the best way to understand why this section of the code was implemented, you have to go back to 2009, which was right at the height of the housing bubble, the housing crisis. In addition to that, the city of East Point, just maybe 3 or 4 years prior, had experienced a very huge issue with not only redlining of properties, but a lot of investor fraud, which we are just now actually recovering from, 14 years later. One of the issues at the time, and I will stress at the time, when I was down in the planning department, was that we were getting calls from homeowners who had contracted with plumbers, electricians, general contractors to have work done on their property. However, the work either wasn't completed, or when the building inspectors would go out to do the inspections, the work wasn't done correctly, or at some point in time, we may have found out they had work done and permits were never pulled. But because there was now an issue, as most people always do, they called the planning department or they called the city to try and help them fix the issue. So one of the mechanisms that was put in place at the time was the code compliance bond. It's been a while. I can't remember the other city at the time we copied this legislation from, but there was another city at the time that was doing something similar. So the city of East Point, in an effort to assist homeowners who may be subjected to contractors who were doing shoddy work, this legislation was adopted. I will say, maybe in the whole time that I was down there, we probably had 4 homeowners to file actual claims against the bonds. And of the 4, actually 3 of them were actually successful because they were found to be valid issues regarding the work in which the contractors did not perform the work in accordance with the code.
But did those companies already have a bond in place that they could have sued against anyway? If they're licensed and insured and we required a copy of the state requirement bond on file, could they have sued against that such that, and again, 2009 was a real shady time. I get it. But from 2009 to 2003, my math is a little slow, but that's about 14 years.
Yeah.
And we've had 4 in 14 years, but we have this additional requirement that other people, and I'm not saying maybe it wasn't needed then. I'm just wondering why we can't tell them, advise them, or say, here, here's the bond that they filed on file if they don't have a copy of it, right? If the contractor didn't provide that to them, but if they already have a bond because they're required to have it by the state and they have to follow with us, here's that document. Here's a copy of that document. I think it's open records. So we could at that point give them that and they could start a suit or do whatever they needed on what's already in place versus the duplicative, it sounds. And I was a real estate attorney. The height of my practice was around that time. It was a real shady time, 2007, 2009. Like, it was interesting. So I understand the hyper need for protection, but I don't know if we still need that. Attorney Wiggins, it looked like you wanted to say something, and Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Shropshire.
Raise my hand, Madam Mayor. Hopefully I'm doing that right. And I certainly will defer to Attorney Weems with the processes that have been experienced in his expertise in court. The only thing I would offer is that the waiver language that's in this ordinance leads me to believe that it's additional because a homeowner couldn't waive state requirements. And so aside from everything that he read, which is completely accurate and in accordance with, it reads analogous to 43-14-12. But when we put that waiver language in there and then the context we got from Ms. Elias, that's what promotes my and Ms. Smith's understanding that it's additional because a homeowner could not waive something, and we couldn't give permission to a homeowner to waive something that the state law has required.
I think Ms. Elias, you called it code something.
Yeah, it's a code. It was called a code compliance bond.
Code compliance bond.
yeah.
So an additional bond.
That's what this language is in this section right now. And
Okay.
essentially it was an insurance policy at the time that the homeowner could file a claim against if for some reason that contractor or that trades contractor did not construct in
Right.
accordance with the ICC codes.
And they can, which is, but you call it co-compliance because it was already, they already had the addition, the state required bond. And then we were requiring an additional one for co-compliance.
This is a code, C-O-D-E, Madam Mayor.
Oh, code? I thought you said co.
Code.
Oh,
COD.
code. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying code like.
And again,
I'm telling y'all, man, it'll come back.
And again, everybody has to remember this was adopted at a time when the housing industry, as Mayor Holiday Ingram said, was a mess. Now, the good thing with the city of East Point, where a lot of other cities probably experienced reduction in staff in their planning departments because of the housing bubble, East Point didn't experience that because instead of homeowners saying, I'm just going to try and sell it or walk away from my house, they said, well, you know what? I have this house. I'm going to go ahead and renovate it. So that was the time when a lot of our homeowners started doing home improvements.
And they didn't get permission.
But unfortunately, for some, they just had bad contractors. And I said, we didn't have a lot of people to have to actually execute and file a claim against the code compliance bond. But for those who did, it was successful for them and they were able to recoup funds to try and find somebody else to complete the work. And that waiver language was included because, and I will say staff at the time didn't necessarily want to include the waiver. However, staff did anticipate, okay, maybe a homeowner trusts their contractor. They want to go ahead and get the work done. Okay, homeowner, make sure you sign the waiver and the contractor would include that waiver in their permit application. And I will admit, 14 years later, things may have changed, but the history of the legislation is because of what was occurring at the time in the housing industry. And like I said, as a lot of people always do, they look to the city to help them fix their problem when something goes wrong. So this was a mechanism to try and support the residents.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to try to be brief with this because I want to get to what's really aggravating me the most. And that is not what we're writing in an ordinance, but who's our target here that we're really trying to educate and help with their problem. Now, let's just assume the fact that, we may really have more people who need this instruction, this information, this knowledge, more so than we've had in the past for one little simple reason, the way the weather is carried on, okay? All right, now something I learned about 10 years ago when I first got thrown into construction activity, my boss said, make sure we're insured. Find out the easy way to do that, talk to the vendor. Who's your insurance company? All right, I need to have you cover your project for at least $2 million. And I need this in documentation and hard copy. What's the quickest way to do that? Call my insurance company, explain what you're going to do, have them send you a copy of that insurance contract with your name on it as the beneficiary. That eliminates a whole lot of confusion and time. Now, you're going to talk about documentation that's supposed to help a homeowner. Probably the most complicated thing that they may have done to their house is call out a plumber to unstop the toilet or electrician to replace a ceiling fan. But now you got to go out there at Home Depot and buy a truckload of worth of stuff and have 5, 6 people running around your house, and you're supposed to know how to keep them under control by reading this ordinance. It ain't gonna happen. What we really need to do is look at what is the ultimate goal here. Back all the way back up to Mr. Jones, who lives down the street, who's never paid anybody to do anything for him in his life. What does he need to know to have the bricks on his fireplace chimney replaced? How does he go through the process? What's the first thing he needs to do? What's the second thing he needs to do? What documents does he need? What order does he need the documents? And who signs them? And if we're not doing that, we are really not helping anybody. We're coming up with an order and say they might read pretty good, but they ain't worth the paper it's printed on. If a citizen can't walk into planning and zoning and find out what they need to do and get out of there so they can go back and supervise this project. The best example of that is what I went through with having a tree cut down. I was so educated with that my vendor just showed up, the package was already ready, he knew what he had to pay, all the documentation had been submitted. I'm at home waiting for him to show up with the salt. Didn't have any problem out of the whole process because I knew just about the same information he already knew as to what he needed to do a good job for me. And if a tree limb fell on my neighbor's house, what we were going to do next. So all I'm saying is we can argue back and forth. This code says this ordinance says that. If a citizen can't figure out what they need to do to best protect themselves, we're not doing anything for them. Thank you.
Amen. Councilman Shropshire.
Thank you. Here's my question. When they come in to get a permit, are they, I'm sure somewhere on the application, they have to submit their insurance and their bond information. Is that information verified through the state that is up to date? It is. So if it's verified, then to make them get additional bond insurance is, I can see why they're upset. Now, let's go back to 2009. I know I've been here a long time, but I can't tell you why they did what they did in 2009. But I can kind of speculate that a lot of people were complaining because what happened is a lot of them they were scammed. They hired people who were not licensed and bonded, and they allowed them to come in and do the work. And when the work was not fully complete or up to standard, then that's when they came to the city, because they then had to hire another contractor to come in who then got licensed to undo what somebody had already done. So that is why the city put that in place, because they hired people who were not bonded and licensed. And they did shabby work. And they came to the city complaining, knowing that they had not got the proper permits to do what needs to be done. That's what happened in 2009. I did remember. So to have this extra layer when you already have to have, when it already has to, they have to add it to the documents. It's verified. So to have this additional piece, I can see why people are getting upset. Do we need this additional when the state already requires them to be licensed, bonded, and insured? That's a state requirement, right? So this is just making people upset.
I think we all might be clear now. Attorney Weems had his light on.
just to add clearly, if the legislative intent is to protect the citizen, then if Ms. Smith's office is indeed verifying, as Councilmember Sharpshaw asked, all applications with respect to insurance coverage, then that resolves the concern. Because if they're indeed verifying it, and they're going to show proof that they're verifying it, if a citizen were to come, as Madam Mayor asked, and asks for a copy of it at the time that it was verified, they can prove that the bond and the insurance was active pursuant to 43-41-6. So maybe, I don't know if we modify it to say that we give a copy or if we get rid of it altogether, but it does address the legislative intent, which was to protect the citizen.
I think get rid of it altogether and make sure it's in our operating procedures. Mr. King, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think an opportunity is to make sure that that's a process of, that's a part of what we're doing to verify, because of the council's desire to ensure that residents are protected, that, you know, our practices ensure that that happens on every case, not just on some, but on every case, because we gotta be consistent. And I think the original intent, or the not the original, the intent to protect the citizens are still protected, right? And we might be going the extra step to verify, because to make sure people not just creating fraudulent papers. We just had this whole discussion on bad leases, right? Like, it's unfortunately we're in a world where a lot of people just create stuff, right? And hope that we don't verify. So I think we gotta inspect what we expect, or else we get nothing. Madam Jean Wilson, Yancey. Councilmember Renee.
And I'm ready to go. I have one more question, Department Smith. I have one more question. If you said, and I apologize, but this makes good sense what you're saying, the additional bond holds up the process. Is that what I hear you say?
Yes.
Okay, now, so if we can get that part, maybe that part needs to be removed. But there's also a waiver in the file for the residents, right? In the complete package, is that correct?
Yes.
So if we won't need it anymore if we get rid of it. But look like to me, that shouldn't have been a holdup if they waiving it off anyway. When you say 95 or 99% are waiving it off, because they can just, all they got to do is just say, I'm signing off on it and I'm waiving it. That to me is a signature. You move on to the next. I'm confused. How is that holding up the process? You might not take the job. Okay, that's what you, so what's the holdup here then?
So,
okay, that makes sense.
Can I
Then
give
let
you?
me just say what I
That
said
makes
for the
sense.
record. I said,
Okay.
yes, that I hear you on that piece, but if I'm a person who I'm a contractor and I'm looking at whether or not I'm gonna take a job in your city, and I see there's an additional bonding requirement, I may choose not to do the work in your city. And I've also seen a number of complaints of people saying that they reach out to people to do work in East Point and they refuse. They don't want to do work in the city because of our additional requirements or our ordinances and stuff, which takes me to the zoning code rewrite. I appreciate you bringing this forward and looking at the processes and how to streamline it. We still need to do our zoning code rewrite, because just like this was created in 2009 to address an issue that existed then, our ordinances haven't been updated in a long time. And so I don't have to get a response tonight, but I would like to know where we are on the zoning code rewrite, because this is just one of many areas. And I know we're doing it as we're looking at streamlining the process and, doing those ordinances that are relevant or that we need to address immediately. And I think we can do both together. I do think we still need to identify those where we can streamline these processes and address those outside of a full rewrite. And I can get the update offline. Where are we on the zoning code rewrite? Because I think that is going to be helpful overall. This is good discussion tonight. It's on the agenda for public hearing. I know Mr. King mentioned a little earlier, we may need to pull it. You all are talked during the week. I think based upon the discussion at council level, at this point, if there's a public hearing I think everybody's pretty clear about what this issue is about. And then you all will let us know after the public hearing if there is, or during your presentation during the public hearing, if you're asking us to move forward that night. All righty. If we can get through these next ones quickly. So number 7, I think we only have maybe like 5 left though. We have number 7, number 8. We already did number 11. I have 7, 8, and then 31 through 33. So 7, we brought this up some time ago. And I just kept pushing it forward to different agendas. We've had other priority issues and things that we've needed our attorneys to address. Interim Attorney Williams has provided us with a draft ordinance. There was a concern that came up in the community around this inability to have alcohol beverages be delivered to homes. As a part, a lot of people have started ordering groceries online and ordering from restaurants and all of that, and not being able to get beverages delivered with their order. The Georgia law did have a provision that we needed to make a decision on as to what we will do in that. So the law said kind of left it up to the local jurisdiction. I don't think we had made that decision as of yet. And so I'll turn it over to our city attorney to make sure I summarize where we are correctly. If I haven't, correct me. And then share what we have before us tonight, which is the draft agenda that would allow those deliveries. Draft ordinance, I'm sorry.
Yep, right. Yeah, and you did actually summarize it correctly. I was just kind of explaining to the city manager what we were doing. It will allow, which is what has happened during COVID, that actually kind of spurred up that people were not able to go out and enjoy and commune. That's right, commune. So it allows you to commune at home, sociably and respectfully and responsibly. But it also gives an incredible amount of requirements for delivery that even the delivery person has to be responsible for if they're going to. This ordinance actually supports a state law that actually puts in a lot of requirements. So I actually modeled it out the GMA, went back and did some tweaks to make sure that it had all the requisite language in there. And I think it's ready for your approval if you consider it.
Thank you so much for that. Ready for our approval legally, operationally. Are we ready? And if not, I'm okay with now having an ordinance and putting it back on the agenda in March to talk about operation. Because if we enact it on Monday and operationally we're not ready.
No, I don't think we're ready.
What Councilmember Cook said in his passionate speech. We're just putting things on paper, and we don't want to do that. So if
in May, I think you meant May, not March.
May. Okay, so we could put it on the May work session. Council has the ordinance now. We can look at it. We can talk about operationalizing it and when we'll be ready for that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, May work session. Thank you so much for the ordinance. Item number 8, Councilmember Shropshire, discussion on possible action on bank-owned housing in the city of East Point.
Yeah, finally, for the second time, third, fourth, and fifth time. So, bank-owned houses in East Point. And we've had this conversation about what we can do to bring up home ownership for residents in the city, to draw more people to East Point to own homes. There's been conversations around it. I think, Mr. Interim City Attorney, do you have any updates on what we can do for bank-owned homes, rental property? Do we need to partner with, have like seminars to have people doing financing? trying to purchase homes because this has become a problem, especially in Vine City, where the bank bought up all the homes, and now they've pushed the people out, and they can't afford the rent over in that area. And it's pretty much going on here in East Point as well. So I'll
It's-
yield.
Thank you, Madam Councilmember Shropshire. It is a nationwide phenomenon, as I mentioned earlier. Specifically, went to the city of Jackson and Detroit, but most recently, the city of Jackson met with their city officials about their ordinance that they have that require anyone who's renting property to actually register it with the city. That the owners are required to have their authorized agents with no more than 100 rental units that shall register all rental units with the Department of Planning and Development, that they must, that they are required to have, I'm sorry, I lost my place. That they must have a local agent, a real person who resides in the city, and able to reasonably respond to the department within 24 hours. That any person or legal entity that owns an interest of the property may serve as a managing agent for the property in question. So it really does, it's very comprehensive. I will make sure I email it to Mayor and Council so that you can look at it, get a taste for what some other cities are doing. This doesn't mirror the city of Detroit because the city of Detroit has a much larger issue where they have actual neighborhoods in the city of Detroit that people are commandeering. But this does start to address some of what you're saying. But the other thing that we have that we can use before we even create another ordinance, to Councilmember Cook's point, is utilize what we have on the books, which is the vacant registry. A lot of banks don't like to register. They don't even want to register. And what we've learned in our with 50 Words is we actually cite the banks. We would cite the bank's president and actually bring them in. And by the time they come in to pay their ticket, they would have sold the house, is what we've learned. And they would have sold it to somebody local because they know that that is the city's intent, to try to prevent these conglomerates from creating issues in the city and just having properties that you just sit on and do nothing with. And sometimes it's not just banks, but it's mortgage lenders that foreclose and just let the property sit there and go into disrepair. So I will send this to you also that you'll have it. And I'm certainly willing to bring it back to you all if you want me to bring back something more. But I wanted to let you know that we had met with the city of Jackson and gotten that information.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we're all ready to go. I just wanted to mention this because one of the things that I learned when I went to Washington, I talked to a few other council members that had this issue in their city, and they talked about how they addressed it, and I was excited about it. It really kind of echoed what Councilmember Shropshire was saying about the land bank. What they said that they did was they actually purchased the homes, like the city. Well, they got loans basically and acquired the properties. And then they partnered with a collection of nonprofits with Habitat for Humanities, House Proud, a lot of different nonprofits to fix up the homes. And then they sold the homes for a low interest rate for affordable housing. So several council members that I've talked to spoke about how they went about doing that. So I don't know if we would consider getting loans. I know you, Councilmember Shropshire, I talked about a land bank. I don't totally understand how that process works, but it seems to be very similar to what they spoke about when I was talking to council members when we were in a conference. So I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful. I can see the presentation, the plans and different strategies that the previous city manager shared about dealing with housing. And we had the land bank, it had Habitat, House, like all of these different partners. Habitat was here tonight. We had the Healthy Homes. idea or initiative that Councilmember Gordon learned about at the National League of Cities. Councilmember Bailey just mentioned while she was there. She talked to people about land banks. So like the strategies seem to be coming back to similar issues. Healthy Homes is a home repair initiative for more than just seniors, for others. You got House Proud and Habitat for Humanity who does that, but is there a gap around it, right? Like as we look at being able to allow people to age in place on the senior side, but also people to keep their homes who might not be seniors, right? So it sounds like looking at all of these, and I don't know, maybe I'll see if I save the presentation or the city clerk may be able to find it for us as well. I know it was a while back, but it was to it identified a whole lot of strategies because I remember looking at like, so which one we're doing, right? But I think that might be a good place to start with, like, as well as what our current city manager is working on, because he said he has staff starting to work on looking at housing, right? But all of the possibilities, right? And who they address, who they target, and what we need at East Point. We also have the housing needs assessment that council just approved on through GIC with the River Park, Center Park, and East Washington neighborhoods, right? That's going to provide additional information to us. So like connecting all of these things to come up with we have recommendations in the equitable growth and inclusion strategic plan around housing, inclusive housing, right? Like, so again, if we city manager said he was going to bring some information back to us holistically around housing and their research and what they're looking at our May work session. And I think as we hear these additional things, right, like jotting those down as council members and others are sharing, so that we can consider all of that and figure out what works for East Point. Council member Shropshire.
And also, I like the idea of making the bank register their properties, holding them accountable as well. Not only do you do the rental companies, but do the bank as well, because like you said, the bank don't want to come in and have to pay a fine. So they will sell their house to hopefully somebody in the community. So I want to see us putting that in place and making the bank register their property. But here's my concern. And they would have to register through community and planning. How are we going to assure that they keep the database up to date and that they are doing the work that is required to do that? So we have to put that component in place as well, that piece works, because you can fine them, you can bring them into court, you can do whatever. But if community planning and community don't have nothing in place to make them register, then it's just a waste of time. So something has to be put in place so when they register and somebody call, they'll be able to go to that database and say it is owned by Wells Fargo. This is the contact person. This is who you need to call. Because if we don't, we're just spinning our wheels. And that goes for the same with the vacant, with what happened over in Heritage Park. We need to assure that the process is working.
Yep, totally agree. Councilmember Renee.
I like to ask the clerk, because she add Airbnb to our next, Airbnb.
Short-term rentals.
Short-term rentals to our next discussion. And then possibly, they may be able to help us to, okay, well, we're moving on. Just add that to our next work session. Thank you. I yield.
I think where you may be going though is to Granicus, the third party vendor that we contracted with for Airbnb. And whether or not, I don't know how restrictive, like what the language was in the initial solicitation, what's in our, whether or not based upon our final contract. But I think that's what you're talking about, trying to get additional help with enforcement. Yeah, and so as you're looking at housing and enforcement of these registry options, looking at the Granicus contract, yeah, to see teamwork makes the dream work. Make to see if no, I wasn't shutting you down. See, I was helping you because I knew what you were talking about. You said Airbnb, that's one business, and we not targeting one business, which is why I said short term rental. But yeah, Mr. King, interim city attorney, as you all are looking at all of this, I don't know if there's something that within the Granicus contract. Again, there are low hanging fruit, like easy, quick, small wins or quick things that can be done. I think this zoning text amendment is one of them, but like, and I know Mr. King, you're gonna have a community focus group, but I think that recommendation of looking at that Granicus contract, as a part of what they're bringing back to us might be a part of that. All righty. Anything else? Let me see. And nope, 31. Downtown East Point Commons redevelopment project, March 23 quarterly report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, our Deputy City Manager give a very, very brief update on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to give you maybe the 3 top highlights for the quarterly report. The first one, I do want to say that the developer civil engineer submitted the plans for land disturbance permit review today. So the LDP plans will be going through that whole review process. And as most of us know, once LDP is approved, they can start turning dirt. So that's one good thing. Also, I included in the council cover a list of some of the contractors or consulting firms that they have working with them currently. That list will grow as the project progresses. But I did go through working with the developer to identify those firms that are actually certified as minority business enterprise, women business enterprises, or small business enterprise firms. So those are also listed in your council cover. And then the last or of the top 3 items, one that is critical that we are currently working with our attorneys and their attorneys is trying to get to a final draft of the purchase sale agreement for the property itself. And the purchase sale agreement would include those properties that are currently under the control of the city of East Point that would be included in that south phase and portions of the central phase of the project itself. And those are the top 3 highlights of what's been going on.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you so much for the report. In reference to the financing, how are we looking or how are they looking in that aspect? Because I didn't hear that in your report.
I can actually ask the developer to come to the next meeting or the May work session and ask him to give you all an update on their financing mechanisms that they're going to be using to ensure that they can build this project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Renee.
I just have a quick question. What are they building?
Oh, okay. So in the first phase of the project, which includes the south portion of the site, which is the corner of West Cleveland and East Point Street, and then a portion of the central part, which faces East Point Street, is going to be it's going to be a combination of multifamily residential on the top floors with commercial spaces on the ground floor.
So when did we approve that?
So that's a part of the concept plan that was approved with the development agreement.
I didn't know that.
Concept plan.
Concept. When the design? We ain't seen no design or nothing. Have we approved the design of the place? We don't know. I'm just asking. So, like, have we approved the design? Like, what does it look like? Like, does anybody know? Have anybody have seen the design layout?
Now, attached to the packet is not the full schematic design set,
Right.
but it's some of the key sheets that we thought would give people an idea of what the buildings will look like. So that's attached in your council
Got it.
packet. those 6 schematic design sheets. that
So
are
what
in there.
plans, have they submitted plans? I think you said that have they submitted plans?
They have not submitted building permit plans. What they've submitted are land disturbance permit plans, which is all of the civil site work.
Okay.
So
Can we
that's
get
gonna
can we
include-
get a layout of what it's going to look like? Because I know we said a diversity. I know we had proved that, but I don't think we've, because I remember, y'all remember what we did the last time when the guy brought us a design in and it wasn't like up to our standard? So I'm just asking, McCullough, remember that? And it was some cheap design that they were gonna do. It was gonna look like it's back in 1970s. So I'm just asking, like, can we take a look at the design and get that approved before we start with land disturbance? Because I think all of us need to be aware of what it's gonna look like. You know, I don't want to put too much pressure. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I like to know what it would look like. Because I know we approved the concept plan, but we don't know the layout. I like to see what they're gonna do.
And I'm looking at the documents attached to the agenda. It says this is not a final design. It is in progress and subject to change.
Right, that's the schematic design. That just means that these are not the plans that will actually be submitted for permitting. So this is what they're working with to get the baseline drawings for how the site will be laid out, how the buildings will be constructed, but they're not for construction plans.
Correct.
It's just
Okay.
schematic.
See, this is the thing though. What happens if they go through all that money with some plans and with the plans and make it what they think? Because that costs a lot of money. And this council says that looks like crapola. Now they got to start all over. But if they kind of like include us in the process, right? Something that we all can agree on and all of us have the same vision, I think us working together to make sure that downtown is what we all thinking about would be helpful. I would hate for them to spend a lot of money on a design, you know what I mean? Because it could come back looking like a spaceship needle. And then some people say, oh yeah, I like that. Oh, it could look, you know what I mean? Or it could look like a basketball. I don't know. I'm just making up something because it's late. But if it's something, because I just remember how McCullough came in and how he was gonna give us this crazy layout nobody liked. And he was like, you're gonna have to take it. So I just like to see, I like to know the man concept, at least something to say, what's the vision here?
So I guess I'm trying to understand exactly what you're trying to see. Is it what the
Then what I
buildings
want to
are-
know real
because
easy.
technically the site layout has not changed, with the exception of the fact that the Grady parcel is being shown as future, and it has to be shown as future because they do not have control of that parcel. The library piece has always been shown as it is because it's its own parcel owned by the
Right.
Atlanta Fulton County Library System.
Right.
But the layout itself that was shown on the conceptual plan technically has not changed. I think what you're asking though is what are the buildings gonna look like? You wanna get a better feel, I guess probably through renderings as to what the finished product will look like.
Ding, ding, ding.
So what I
Absolutely
can
right.
do, I can make sure to have the developer, if you would like, I can ask him to come to the May work session and make sure that he has his architectural team here to actually present to you all
Don't y'all think y'all need to know that?
Well,
an
actually,
actual
we
feel
do.
and look of it.
And
I don't.
we
I'm gonna
see-
tell you, I don't
Wait,
because
wait,
they keep because I'm on the floor right now because I don't know what they look like because what happened is she just said the renderings they submitted is subject to change. They may look like that, and they may not look like that. So I like to have a
understand that you
concept.
on the flow. I understand that.
Oh,
You
my
got
Come
to
on,
get
y'all.
smart
Come
with
on,
me.
y'all. Hold on a minute. Hold on a
I
minute.
can't ask a
Come.
question.
So
I'm
let's
not finished.
let's
I
go
wasn't
one at a
finished.
time. One at a time. Councilmember Renee, and then we're gonna go to Councilmember Renee, and then we're gonna go to Councilmember Shropshire. And I think Councilmember Renee, do you have anything else
No,
for
ma'am, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire? Yeah, I haven't seen final designs either as to what actually is being built. I know we have a lot of concepts and there's been a lot of discussion and talks of grocery stores and a whole bunch of other different ideas. this is something that I think we all want to see developed, but I like to see the final plan as well. Ms. Elias, Councilmember Robinson, did you have your light on? I'm sorry.
I did. Question, is there another community meeting that's scheduled coming up? Because that's usually when they show a lot of updates of where we are.
Not as of yet. What I don't want to do is do a community meeting and it not be productive.
Understand.
But don't worry, there'll
Understand.
be more. But I don't want to put one out there and it not be productive.
Right. The last one was pretty robust, and but we need to be there so we can get through the other side. So I was just wondering, since this was a topic of matter about the renderings and everything, I know usually they have an updated version, and that will answer all our questions. Are you, Madam Mayor? I'm fine.
Thank you for that question around the community meeting. And I think also a updated timeline, right? I recall going to, I think it was Jefferson Park meeting maybe in February or some community meeting within the last couple months, and they asked if we were still on target to break ground in, I think we had told them April or in the first, correct?
Yeah, I can tell you that was a goal, but technically you cannot break ground until they have those approved land disturbance permit plans in place. Because what we did not want to, or what I mentioned to the development team was, and I think they would agree, we did not want to go forward with a groundbreaking for work to stop because we're waiting on plans to be approved. So once LDP is approved, we know that when that groundbreaking occurs, they can start work immediately.
Yeah, and I think a community meeting prior to that would be helpful, so we know what we're breaking ground on. Any other anybody else chimed in? Next is discussion on changes of council salary. Councilmember Cook.
I'm almost in disbelief. All right, I'll be speedy. First of all, I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but first announcement I'm going to make is that this item must appear on the May work session, early on the agenda. All right, the second thing I want to point out is that this is not a haphazard type process. We have to follow the rules that have been established by the state of Georgia as to the process of increasing the salaries for elected officials, which we've had an opportunity in my lifetime to do at least once successfully, even though it took 2 attempts, because the first time we actually missed something. So here it goes. This is basically what we have to do. The increase shall be effective, will not be effective until the new council is seated following the next regular municipal election. That's a key point. Second thing, the vote must be taken prior to the time for qualifying for the next regular municipal election. And notice of intent to take the action shall be published in the designated legal organ in the county and the municipality at least once a week for 3 consecutive weeks, ending the week prior to the election itself. I will go over this again. I will make sure everybody has a printed copy of this. What remains to be done right now is some final discussions with the finance division on exactly what we can afford. Our current salary right now is about a fraction of the minimum for all employees. I think it's about 50% of the actual minimum that regular employees earn. This increase will be slightly higher. A target number right now I'm looking at is maybe a 25% increase, but I'll be able to give you more specific details when we meet in May, because one of the things I will do is have the finance division approve a certain amount. Now, I've had a light conversation with the HR director, who basically says that we're not being unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination of the numbers we want to increase to. And I roughly tease you if we may be able to do a comfortable 25%, maybe even more. But one of the things politically we don't want to do is have a number that's really larger than the minimum for all our employees. Now, the fact that we're going to do this after doing it 4 years past just simply means we want to stay in touch with what's going on around us. When we made a change the last time, it had been more than 20 years since the city council had had an increase in the salary. Now, I'm not going to even try to stretch the imagination that we're going to do this every 4 years because it may not work. It really depends on how strong the city is. Keep in mind, anything we do must meet one test. And that test is we do not increase the financial obligation of the city for any project beyond the ability of the city to meet that obligation. Okay. In simple terms, that simply means the city can't afford it, we don't do it. Okay. That's it. Look for this information again at the May work session.
Member Gordon and Councilmember Renee.
Thank you. The last increase was what, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, I have a question. I know that you're in the middle of a compression study for staff and some determinations will be made by then. Do you know when that'll be done? Because one thing I'm not going to do is support a raise for mayor and council, and these people that we've had compression issues with are not getting a raise where they deserve.
Yeah, I'm happy to say I think we're at a point where we're going to have the first wave of recommendations you all, hopefully between now and May, because we have the lowest level positions, which are really the biggest ones on your list. That's the ones we've been focused on, laborers, all those positions. I'm hopeful we're looking at May. So it's possible that we could be able to wrap this up and get that to you by the time we get. I'm gonna check with Miss Iris, but I was hoping by the May work session. That was our goal, but we'll see. I'll give you an update. But we're looking to have that. We want to bring it to you so we have it incorporated in next year's budget and have it in there so we can vote on it then and wrap it up in there.
But you said first wave, meaning there would be.
Every position was going to be reviewed.
Right.
But we were going to start the lowest level positions
Mhm.
because once they hit those, it's going to have a ripple effect on the
Correct,
others.
going up.
So we
Mhm.
made sure that everyone knew that we're just going to start with the greatest need, which is those who are the lowest level, and then make sure no one was overlooked just in case.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Renee and Councilmember Cook.
Real quick, sorry, real quick. The question that I have is, I think this is a good thing because I think we're doing all of it at the same time, but this is the only one I think has to be on the agenda. But bringing it back in May is good. My question is about more about the pension. Also, how would that impact the pension and what does that look like?
None whatsoever. You have to understand how you qualify for the pension.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish. Councilmember Cook is our pension board rep, so he can address that question regarding pension. But if you had anything else, like finish your comments and then I'll go to Councilmember Cook.
Okay, let me see if I can help you a little bit. The pension benefit for council members is completely different from any other category of employees who members. Okay, and it's designed that way, really. Now think about it. One of the requirements is your tenure. The average member of the city council, and in most city councils, number one, may come on board and leave before they even reach the age requirement to receive benefits. All right? The next thing that holds you back is before you can qualify, you must serve at least 5 years, a term in a year. Okay? Which says that you were here long enough to be re-elected. And the next thing, and I have to go back and double check my numbers now because I forget some things, but I think we were able to get the actual multiplier raised from 40 to $45. All right, what that simply means, for those of you who haven't even thought about this, your retirement benefits per month is equal to the number of years you serve times $45. Okay? Yeah. Okay? Actuary's not even thinking about it. Okay? I mean, I could bring it up again just to see how they're going to howl. But city council members, as it relates to the retirement plan, we're definitely low hanging fruit, about 6 inches above the ground. Okay.
I think we're close to being fully funded on our pension, right? I know we had
About 94% last time I checked. City manager, we didn't hire just yet. We know after the audit.
You're right. That's about right. About 94, 95%.
Okay.
we got about 5% more before we're fully funded.
Fully funded.
At where we are now. And that might be within the next year or so. I think the way we've been paying down. Okay. So, anything else? Seems like Councilmember Cook is going to bring forward some more information. We're 95% fully funded on the unfunded pension side, which means once we hit that 5% and reach 100% fully funded, I think having a conversation regarding that, I mean, in the way we've been increasing, like full funding the pension, is probably going to be within a year or so. Is my estimate. It's a very rough estimate around when we actually reach fully funded, which is going to help us quite a bit. So, anything else on 32?
No. Let me just add this too. So when I cut off my mic, I know it's cut off for today. If you go back and just look at our current situation, without pulling out a report, I don't believe we have 10 retired city council members who are still alive, who may be receiving benefits. Well, I wanted to really put it in the right perspective. But you just don't have that many city council members who are going to be here long enough to even get a dollar from tenure. Oh yeah, we already qualified because we were old when we started. I'm just trying to be real with the whole process. But the other thing too is we're going to do this with logic, using recommendations from the city manager and the financial department as to what's really reasonable and what's just so outrageous we don't even need to bring it to the table. One of the things we did learn from the last time we did this is that the general members of the public were not really that concerned about the increase we were processing. Their concerns were being surprised about the increase. And that's because we missed one thing that the law requires, and that's 3 consecutive weekly notices of the increase prior to the actual vote. Okay, so when we vote, yay or nay, it's live as an entity at that point. It does not become effective until after the election and the new members have been sworn in January. And we have to do all of this so that it is already in place before qualifying starts for anybody new who wants to run. They do have the advantage of knowing the salaries may increase the next year if they get elected.
No, can't take effect during. It has to happen after the election.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a must.
That was a challenge the last time. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So Councilmember Cook is going to bring that back forward. Discussion or adoption of streets, we could put that, unless someone else has knowledge of what that is, we can put that one on the March work session, or if it needs to come back sooner. Why do I keep going back to March? I want to move forward. May, yes, May work session, May 8th. I'm asking this question, hopefully rhetorically. Do we have any executive session items? interim city attorney.
I have to wait next week.
Mr. King,
No, I hold on off on mine too.
counsel.
I'm gonna hold up on mine too.
That means we are done for this evening. Good night, East Pointers.